8. Order. Statement. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by echoing what you've just said. My gratitude to all members of the House for assembling on a Saturday for the first time in 37 years, and indeed to all members of our House Common staff who have worked to make this sitting possible. And I know it's meant people giving up their Saturdays, breaking into their weekends at a time when families want to be together, and of course it means missing at least the end of England's World Cup quarter-final. I apologise to the House for that, and I wish I could watch it myself. I know the honourable member for Cardiff West has postponed his 60th birthday party, if not his 60th birthday, to be here. So, Mr. Speaker, the House has gone to a great deal of trouble to assemble here on a Saturday for the first time in a generation. And I do hope that in assembling for the purposes of a meaningful vote, that we will indeed be allowed to have a meaningful vote this evening. And with permission, Mr. Speaker, I shall make a statement on the new agreement with our European friends. And the House will need no reminding that this is the second deal and the fourth vote 3.5 years after the nation voted for Brexit. And during those years, friendships have been strained, families divided, and the attention of this House consumed by a single issue that has at times felt incapable of resolution. But I hope, Mr. Speaker, that this is the moment when we can finally achieve that resolution and reconcile the instincts that compete within us. Many times in the last 30 years, I've heard our European friends remark that this country is half-hearted in its EU membership. And it is true that we in the UK have often been a backmarker, opting out of the single currency, not taking part in Schengen, very often trying to block some collective ambition. And in the last 3.5 years, it has been striking that members on all sides of this House have debated Brexit in almost entirely practical terms, in an argument that has focused on the balance of economic risk and advantage. And I don't think I can recall a time when I've heard a single member stand up and call for Britain to play her full part in the political construction of a federal Europe. And I don't think I've heard a single member call for ever closer union or ever deeper integration or a federal destiny. More pays Europe. Well, perhaps I've missed it, but I don't think I've heard much of it, Mr. Speaker. And there is a whole side of that debate that you hear regularly in other European capitals that is simply absent from our national conversation. And I don't think that has changed much in the last 30 years. But if we have been sceptical, and if we have been anxious about the remoteness of the bureaucracy, if we have been dubious about the rhetoric of union and integration, if we have been half-hearted Europeans, then it follows logically that with part of our hearts, with half our hearts, we feel something else, a sense of love and respect for European culture and civilization of which we are a part. A desire to cooperate with our friends and partners in everything, creatively, artistically, intellectually, a sense of our shared destiny, and a deep understanding of the eternal need, especially after the horrors of the last century, for Britain to stand as one of the guarantors of peace and democracy in our continent. And it is our continent. And it's precisely because we are capable of feeling both things at once, sceptical about the modes of EU integration, as we are, but passionate and enthusiastic about Europe, that the whole experience of the last 3.5 years has been so difficult for this country and so divisive. And that is why it is now so urgent for us to move on and to build a new relationship with our friends in the EU on the basis of a new deal. A deal that can heal the rift in British politics, unite the warring instincts in us all. And now is the time for this great House of Commons to come together and bring the country together today. As I believe people at home are hoping and expecting, with a new way forward and a new and better deal, both for Britain and for our friends in the EU. And that is the advantage of the agreement that we have struck with our friends in the last 2 days. Because this deal allows the UK, whole and entire, to leave the EU on October the 31st, in accordance with the referendum, while simultaneously looking forward to a new partnership based on the closest ties of friendship and cooperation. And I pay tribute to our European friends for escaping the prison of existing positions and showing the vision to be flexible by reopening the withdrawal agreement, and thereby addressing the deeply felt concerns of many in this House. And one of my most important jobs is to express those concerns to our European friends. And I shall continue to listen to all honourable members throughout the debate today, to meet with anyone on any side, and to welcome the scrutiny the House will bring to bear if, as I hope, we proceed to consider the withdrawal bill next week. Today, this House has a historic opportunity to show the same breadth of vision as our European neighbours, the same ability, resolve to reach beyond past disagreements by getting Brexit done and moving this country forwards as we all yearn to do. This agreement provides for a real Brexit, taking back control of our borders, laws, money, farming, fisheries and trade, amounting to the greatest single restoration of national sovereignty in parliamentary history. It removes the backstop which would have held us against our will in the customs union and much of the single market. For the first time in almost 5 decades, the UK will be able to strike free trade deals with our friends across the world to benefit the whole country, including Northern Ireland. Article 4 of the protocol states Northern Ireland is part of the customs territory of the United Kingdom. It adds, nothing in this protocol shall prevent Northern Ireland from realising the preferential market access in any free trade deals on the same terms as goods produced in other parts of the United Kingdom. Our negotiations have focused on the uniquely sensitive nature of the border between Northern Ireland and the Republic, and we have respected those sensitivities. Above all, we and our European friends have preserved the letter and the spirit of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and upheld the long-standing areas of cooperation between the UK and Ireland, including the Common Travel Area. And as I told the House on the 3rd of October, in order to prevent a regulatory border on the island of Ireland, we propose a regulatory zone covering all goods, including agri-food, eliminating any need for associated checks at the border. But, Mr. Speaker, in this agreement we have gone further by also finding a solution to the vexed question of customs, which many in this House have raised. Our agreement ensures, and I quote, unfettered access, market access for goods moving from Northern Ireland to the rest of the United Kingdom's internal market. It ensures that there should be no tariff on goods circulating within the UK customs territory, that is between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, unless they are at risk of entering the EU. It ensures an open border on the island of Ireland, a common objective of everyone in this House. And it ensures for those living and working alongside the border There will be no visible or practical changes to their lives. They can carry on as before. I believe that this is a good arrangement, reconciling the special circumstances in Northern Ireland with the minimum possible bureaucratic consequences at a few points of arrival in Northern Ireland. And it is precisely to ensure that those arrangements are acceptable to the people of Northern Ireland that we have made consent a fundamental element of this new deal. So no arrangements can be imposed on Northern Ireland if they do not work for Northern Ireland. The people of Northern Ireland will have the right, under this agreement, to express or withhold their consent to these provisions by means of a majority vote in their Assembly 4 years after the end of the transition. And if the Assembly chooses to withhold consent, these provisions shall cease to apply after 2 years, during which the Joint Committee of the UK and EU would propose a new way forward in concert with Northern Ireland's institutions. And as soon as this House allows the process of extracting ourselves from the EU to be completed, the exciting enterprise of building a new relationship with our friends can begin, which has been too long delayed and which they would delay any further. Mr. Speaker, I do not wish this project to be the project of any one government or any one party, but rather the endeavour of the United Kingdom as a whole. Only this Parliament can make this new relationship the work of the nation. And so Parliament should be at the heart of decision-making as we develop our approach, and I acknowledge that in the past we have not always acted perhaps in that spirit. So as we take forward our friendship with our closest neighbours and construct that new relationship, I will ensure that a broad and open process draws upon the wealth of expertise in every part of this House, including select committees and their chairs. Every party and every member who wishes to contribute will be invited to do so, and we shall start by debating the mandate for our negotiators in the next phase. Mr. Speaker, the ambition for our future friendship is contained in the revised political declaration, which also provides for this House to be free to decide our own laws and regulations. I have complete faith in this House to choose regulations that are in our best tradition of the highest standard, of the highest standards of environmental protections and workers' rights. No one anywhere in this chamber believes in lowering standards. Instead,
a lot of gesticulation. The statement by the Prime Minister must be heard, and it will be. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. No one believes in lowering standards. Instead, we believe in improving them, as indeed we will be able to do, and seizing the opportunities of our new freedoms. For example, free from the Common Agricultural Policy, we will have a far simpler system where we will reward farmers for improving our environment and animal welfare, many of whose provisions are impossible under the current arrangements, instead of just paying them for their acreage. And free from the common fisheries policy, we can ensure sustainable yields based on the latest science, not outdated methods of setting quotas. And these restored powers will be available not simply to this government, but to every future British government of any party to use as they see fit. That is what restoring sovereignty means. That is what is meant in practice by taking back control of our destiny. And our first decision, on which I believe there will be unanimity, is that in any future trade negotiations with any country, our National Health Service will not be on the table. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that an overwhelming majority in this House, regardless of our personal views, wishes to see Brexit delivered in accordance with the referendum. A majority. And in this crucial mission, there can no longer be any argument for further delay. And as someone who passionately believed that we had to go back to our European friends to seek a better agreement, I must tell the House that with this new deal, the scope for future negotiation, for fruitful negotiation, has run its course. He said, that we couldn't reopen the withdrawal agreement, Mr. Speaker. They said we couldn't reopen the withdrawal agreement. They said we couldn't change a comma of the withdrawal agreement. They said we couldn't abolish the backstop, Mr. Speaker. We've done both. But it is now my judgment that we have reached the best possible solution. So those who agree, like me, that Brexit must be delivered, and who, like me, prefer to avoid a no-deal outcome, must abandon the delusion that this House can delay again. And I must tell the House in all candour that there is very little appetite among our friends in the EU for this business to be protracted by one extra day. They have had 3.5 years of this debate. It has distracted them from their own projects and their own ambitions. And if there is one feeling that unites the British public with a growing number of officials in the EU, it is a burning desire to get Brexit done. And I must tell the House again, in all candour, that whatever letters they may seek to force the government to write, it cannot change my judgment that further delay is pointless, expensive, and deeply corrosive of public trust. And people simply will not understand how politicians can say with one breath that they want delay to avoid no deal, and then with the next breath that they still want delay when a great deal is there to be done. Now is the time, Mr. Speaker, to get this thing done. And I say to all members, let us come together as Democrats to end this debilitating feud. Let us come together as Democrats to get behind this deal, the one proposition that fulfills the verdict of the majority, but which also allows us to bring together the two halves of our hearts, to bring together the two halves of our nation. Let's speak now, both for the 52 and for the 48. Let's go for a deal that can heal this country. Let's go for a deal that can heal this country and can allow us all to express our legitimate desires for the deepest possible friendship and partnership with our neighbours, a deal that allows us to create a shared destiny with them, and a deal that also allows us to express our confidence in our own democratic institutions, to make our own laws, to determine our own future, to believe in ourselves once again as an open, generous, global, outward-looking, free-trading, united kingdom. That is the prospect. That is the prospect that this deal offers our country. It is a great prospect and a great deal, and I commend it to the House.
I call the Leader of the Opposition, Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join you in thanking all the staff that have come into the House this morning to help us. Cleaning staff, catering staff, security staff, officials and our own staff. They've given up a weekend in order to help our deliberations. I also want to thank the Prime Minister for an advanced copy of his statement. He has renegotiated the withdrawal agreement and made it even worse. He's renegotiated the political declaration and made that even worse. We're having a debate today on a text for which there is no economic impact assessment and no accompanying legal advice. This government has sought to avoid scrutiny throughout the process and yesterday evening made empty promises on workers' rights and the environment. The same government that spent the last few weeks negotiating in secret to remove from the withdrawal agreement legally binding commitments on workers' rights and the environment. This government cannot be trusted, and these benches will not be duped. Neither, Mr. Speaker, will the government's own workers. The head of the Civil Service Union, Prospect, yesterday met the Right Honourable Member for Surrey Heath, and at the conclusion of that meeting he said, and I quote, "I asked for reassurances that the government would not diverge on workers' rights after Brexit. He could not give me those assurances." And as for the much-hyped world-leading Environment Bill, the legally binding targets will not be enforceable until 2037. For this government, the climate emergency can always wait. Mr. Speaker, this deal risks people's jobs, rights at work, our environment and our National Health Service. We must be honest about what this deal means for our manufacturing industry and people's jobs. Not only does it reduce access to the market of our biggest trading partner, it leaves us without a customs union, which will damage industries all across this country in every one of our constituencies. From Nissan in Sunderland, Heinz in Wigan, Airbus in Broughton and Jaguar Land Rover in Birmingham, thousands of British jobs depend on a strong manufacturing sector. And a strong manufacturing sector needs markets through fluid supply chains all across the European Union. A vote for this deal would be a vote to cut manufacturing jobs all across this country. This deal, Mr. Speaker, would inevitably and absolutely inevitably lead to a Trump trade deal, forcing the UK to diverge from the highest standards and expose our families once again to chlorine-washed chicken and hormone-treated beef. This deal...
Order. I did say that the statement by the Prime Minister must be heard. The response of the Leader of the Opposition in the best traditions of parliamentary democracy must also be heard, and it will. Jeremy Corbyn.
To enshrine the principle that we keep pace with the European Union on environmental standards and protections, putting at risk our current rules from air pollution standards to chemical safety. We all know the public concern about these issues, all at the same time that we're facing a climate emergency. And as for workers' rights, we simply cannot give the government a blank cheque. Mr. Speaker, you don't have to take my word for all of this. Listen, for example, to the TUC General Secretary, Frances O'Grady, who says this. She does represent an organisation that has 6 million members affiliated to it. This deal, Mr. Speaker, would be a disaster for working people. It would hammer the economy, cost jobs and sell workers' rights down the river. Listen to Make UK, representing British manufacturers, who say, and I quote, "This is Make UK's comments on this deal. Members opposite might care to listen to them. Commitments to the closest possible trading relationships in goods have gone. Under this deal, differences in regulation between the UK and the EU will add cost and bureaucracy. Our companies will face a lack of clarity, inhibiting investment and planning." Listen also to the Green Alliance, who said the deal amounted to a very sad Brexit read from a climate perspective. The message, Mr. Speaker, is clear. This deal is not good for jobs, damaging for our industry and a threat to our environment and our natural world. It's not a good deal for our country, and future generations will feel the impact. It should be voted down today by this House. Mr. Speaker, I also totally understand the frustration and the fatigue across the country and in this House. But we simply cannot vote for a deal that is even worse than the one the House rejected 3 times. The government's own economic analysis shows this deal would make the poorest regions even poorer and cost each person in this country over £2,000 per year. If we vote for a deal that makes our constituents poorer, we are not likely to be forgiven for doing that. Mr. Speaker, the government is claiming that if we support their deal, it will get Brexit done, and that backing them today is the only way to stop a no deal. I simply say nonsense. Supporting the government this afternoon would merely fire the starting pistol in a race to the bottom in regulations and standards. And if anyone had any doubts about this, we only have to listen to what their own honourable members have been saying. Like the one yesterday, who rather let the cat out of the bag, saying members should back this deal as it means we can leave with no deal by 2020. The cat has truly got out of the bag. So, can the Prime Minister confirm whether this is the case, and that if a free trade agreement has not been done, it would mean Britain falling on to World Trade Organization terms by December next year, with only Northern Ireland having preferential access to the EU market? No wonder the Foreign Secretary has said that this represents, and I quote, a cracking deal for Northern Ireland. They would retain frictionless access to the single market. It does beg the question, Mr. Speaker, why can't the rest of the UK get a cracking deal by maintaining access to the single market? The Taoiseach said, and I quote, "It allows the all-Ireland economy to continue to develop and one which protects the European single market." Some members of this House do welcome an all-Ireland economy, but I didn't think that included the government and the Conservative and Unionist Party. The Prime Minister declared in the summer, "Under no circumstances will I allow the EU or anyone else to create any kind of division down the Irish Sea." You cannot trust a word that he says. Mr. Speaker, voting for a deal today won't end Brexit. It won't deliver certainty, and the people should have the final say. Labour is not prepared to sell out the communities that we represent. We are not prepared to sell out their future, and we will not back this sell-out deal. This is about our communities now and about our future generations.
The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I must confess that I am disappointed by the tone that the right honourable gentleman has taken today, because I had thought that he might rise to the occasion and see that the electorate broadly, and indeed the electorate, I believe his own electorate, would want to do, and that is to get Brexit done. And I must say, I thought that he would wish to reflect the will of the people who voted for Brexit in such numbers in 2016 and have waited for a very long time. He's wrong about environmental and social protection. This government and this country will maintain the very highest standards, and we will lead in environmental protection and social protection across Europe and the world. We lead, for instance, in our commitment to be carbon neutral by 2050, and as I've told him many times before, this freedom, Brexit, gives us the opportunity to do things that we have not been able to do and that are deeply desired by the British people, such as banning the live export of animals. And I do think, to say nothing of shark fencing, many other things that we can do differently and better. He is wrong, Mr. Speaker, about business. The overwhelming view of business is that there are great opportunities from Brexit, but also, as both Sir Stuart Rose, who I think was a former chairman of the Remain campaign, and the Governor of the Bank of England have said today, this is a good deal for the British economy. And indeed, as I look ahead, Mr. Speaker, the only risk I see to the British economy are the catastrophic plans of the right honourable gentleman and his semi-Marxist party. What British business wants is the certainty and the stability of getting Brexit done on October the 31st, and then the opportunity to build a new future with our European partners and to do free trade deals around the world. Mr. Speaker, he is wrong about Northern Ireland, which will exit the EU customs union along with the rest of the UK, I may say in defiance of what the Commission and indeed the Irish government had intended. And he talks about trust, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't think of anything. This is a right honourable gentleman. I don't wish to be unnecessarily adversarial today. This is a right honourable gentleman. This is a right honourable gentleman who patently does not trust his own party. He doesn't trust the shadow. He doesn't trust the shadow chancellor. Above all, he has not been willing to trust the people of this country by granting them the right to adjudicate on him and his policies in a general election. He won't trust the people, and he doesn't trust the people by delivering on the result of their referendum in 2016. Mr. Speaker, I suggest in all humility and candour to the House that they should ignore the pleadings of the honourable gentleman and vote for an excellent deal that will take this country and take the whole of Europe forward.
Mr. Kenneth Clarke.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister began his statement, for which I am grateful, by saying that how rare it had been in this House ever for people to support federalism and a United States of Europe. And I entirely agree with that. Federalism and the belief in the superstate are as rare in this country as they are nowadays in every one of the other 27 member states. But would he accept that for the last 50 years, the Conservative Party, the vast majority of the Conservative Party, and all four Conservative Prime Ministers in whose governments I served, believed that membership of the European Union gave us a stronger voice politically in the world as one of the three leading members of the European Union, and gave us access to a free trade market that enabled us to build a strong and competitive economy. So would he reassure me, as I assure him I will vote for his deal once we have given legislative effect to it, that when he goes on to negotiate the eventual long-term arrangements, he will seek a solution where we have the same completely open access across the Channel, across the Irish border, to trade and investment in both directions with the European Union that we have now, even if we have to sacrifice the political benefits we've hitherto enjoyed from membership of the Union.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to agree with my right honourable friend in at least part of his analysis, because he says that there's a scepticism across the EU and across the continent at the moment about federalism and the desire to build a European Union superstate. And I think he's right in that, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, that scepticism has not percolated up, as it were, to the elites who run the EU and those who set the agenda in Brussels.
Every member who has the floor must be heard. The Prime Minister.
I think I'm making a valid point, Mr. Speaker, which is that in Brussels, the message that my right honourable friend sends has not really been perfectly understood, and they continue with a large number of federalist projects. And I was at the European Council only the last couple of days, hearing the distinguished President of France calling for a union bancaire, Mr. Speaker, a banking union. There is a strong desire. They wish to intensify by creating a defence pact. There is a strong desire, a banking union, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. There is a strong desire. There is a strong desire to continue the process. That's B-A-N-C-A-I-R-E, Mr. Speaker. There is a strong desire to continue the process of integration in a way that I think would meet the scepticism not just of my right honourable friend, but also millions of people around the EU. And I can give him, Mr. Speaker, the absolute reassurance that in the course of the negotiations, in which, as I say, we would want the entire House, or as many as possible wanted to be involved, to take part, we will ensure that we have exactly what I think he desires: a zero tariff, zero quota, a free trade partnership, so that there is the maximum trade between, and increasing trade between our economies.
In Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I join you in thanking all the staff that have made today's sitting possible, and my thanks to the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement. Mr. Speaker, Northern Ireland 13, Scotland 0. That's the number of references to Northern Ireland in the statement. Not one reference to Scotland. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has returned from Brussels to present a deal that he knows, that we all know, is actually worse than Theresa May's deal. A deal that would see Scotland shafted by this United Kingdom government, left at an economic disadvantage, with Scotland's views and interests totally disregarded by this Prime Minister and his government. Mr. Speaker, the Scottish National Party could not have been clearer. We would support any mandate to approach the European Union, to remain in the single market and the customs union, or simply remain in the European Union altogether. Yet the Prime Minister has made it clear he was not and is not interested in meaningful discussions with the SNP or with our Scottish Government. He and his cronies in Number 10 don't care about Scotland. This Tory government has sold Scotland out, and once again they have let Scotland down. While rightfully Northern Ireland has been allowed special arrangements to remain in the EU single market and customs union, the Prime Minister will not afford Scotland the same arrangements. He didn't even consider giving Scotland a fair deal. Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that the Scottish people, like the people of Northern Ireland, voted overwhelmingly to remain in the European Union, this Prime Minister has never entertained the notion of giving Scotland the same arrangements that Northern Ireland gets in this deal. The truth is that this Prime Minister doesn't care about Scotland. He and his government have treated the Scottish Government, our Scottish Parliament and the Scottish people, but nothing with contempt. Mr. Speaker, not a single MP who cares about Scotland's future should consider supporting the Prime Minister today. They should stand with the Scottish National Party and vote this deal down. Any and all assessments of any Brexit outcome show that the United Kingdom and that Scotland will be poorer no matter how we leave the European Union. People up and down Scotland know that the Prime Minister and his Brexit fanboys and the Vote Leave campaign have ignored and shafted Scotland. Mr. Speaker, England is getting what it voted for. Wales is getting what it voted for. And Northern Ireland is getting a special deal. Yet Scotland, that democratically voted to remain, is being ignored and treated as a second-class nation by this government. Can the Prime Minister tell us now, how will he justify himself to the people of Scotland at the general election? When he cannot, and when he fails, And when the Brexit backing fan club from all quarters fails, will he finally respect the mandate of the Scottish people and let them have their say on our future?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the right honourable gentleman. I'm sure he will want to join me, and I'm sure his colleagues will want to join me in congratulating the England rugby team on a 40-16 victory over Australia. I admired there was a lot of enthusiasm, I thought, in his response. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that I think he's being a little bit churlish in his response, because after all I didn't mention England and I didn't mention Wales, and the reason, of course, that Northern Ireland is a particular subject of discussion, it's a legitimate point, is that there are particular circumstances in Northern Ireland at the border which deserve particular respect and sensitivity, and that is what they have received in this deal. This is a great deal for England, it's a great deal for Wales, it's a great deal for Scotland, and it's a great deal for Northern Ireland. And for the people of Scotland, they now have the chance, championed by wonderful Scottish Conservative MPs, to take back control, Mr. Speaker, to take back control of their fisheries from the end of next year and allow the people of Scotland at last to enjoy the benefits of their spectacular marine wealth in a way that they would be denied under the Scottish Nationalist Party, who, as I never tire of telling you, Mr. Speaker, would hand back control of Scottish fishing to Brussels.
Mr. Ian Duncan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, may I take issue with my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, gently, that for 27 years some of us have been warning about the federal nature of the European Union. I said gently. May I also say to my honourable friend that I am in real agreement as I stand here today with my right honourable friend, the Leader of the House, the Father of the House, I beg your pardon, who has said that he will back this deal today. So will I. And I want to ask him, therefore, in that spirit, would he please come to the dispatch box and ask the member for West Dorset to please now, recognising we need to have a meaningful vote, to withdraw his amendment and give the British people what they are dying for is a decision on Brexit.
Well, I'm full of respect for the contributions that my right honourable friend has made over many, many years on this subject, and I didn't mean in any way to exclude him from to say that he hadn't made important contributions on the subject of a federal Europe. What I said was that I hadn't heard people often speaking up in favour of integration of this country into a federal Europe, federal EU, Mr. Speaker. On his point about the amendment that I believe is being proposed, and I think you have accepted, from the honourable member, my right honourable friend from West Dorset. I do think that this is a momentous occasion for our country and for our Parliament. And it would be a great shame if the opportunity to have a meaningful vote, which is what I believe this House has been convoked to do, were to be taken away from us. And I just say that with the greatest respect to my right honourable friend, who I think is actuated by the best possible intentions.
Joe Swinson.
Speaker, the Prime Minister's deal removes protections on workers' rights. It puts a border down...
Order. We've all agreed recently on the importance of mutual respect. The leader of the Liberal Democrats is entitled to be heard, and believe me, she will not, under any circumstances, be shouted down. Joe Swinson.
The Prime Minister's deal removes protections on workers' rights. It puts a border down the Irish Sea, and according to the government's own analysis, will damage our economy on a scale greater than the financial crash. Today, hundreds of thousands of people will be outside demanding a final say in a people's vote. Isn't the truth that the reason the Prime Minister refuses their calls is because he knows that if given the option, the people will reject his bad deal and choose to remain in the European Union.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that the Right Honourable Lady is not correct in what she says. The New Deal does absolutely nothing to remove protections from workers or from the environment. On the contrary, it gives us the opportunity to strengthen such protections. And she asks for the people to have a final say, Mr. Speaker, at the ballot box, and yet she's been preventing a general election, Mr. Speaker. In addition to her, instead of campaigning in a general election, she's been in Brussels asking the EU not to give this country a new and better deal. And I think the mere fact that we have a great deal before us today is a tribute to the signal lack of influence of the Liberal Democrats in Brussels.
Order. I certainly don't anticipate that it will be possible to call everybody on the statement, and we will want to proceed with the debate on the motions, but in the name of maximising participation, there is a premium upon brevity from back and front benches alike. Mr. David Davis.
Despite the fact that those who oppose Brexit have tried to undermine his negotiating position at every turn, despite the fact that the Benn Act sought to remove his strongest negotiating lever, the Prime Minister has done what they said was impossible 2 weeks ago and got the European Union to reopen and change their negotiating position. Does he agree with me that during the referendum this Parliament effectively made a promise to the British people to deliver on their decision? And today is the day to deliver on that promise.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for what he has said, and he is indeed correct that I do believe this excellent deal dispels the doubts of many people about what this country could achieve and indeed will achieve in the future. And I thank him, my fellow campaigner on this issue, for the way he has stood up for the vision that we both share for our country as an open, global, free-trading, generous, outward-looking, but European economy. That is what this deal allows us to be. I believe it is a great step forward, and I hope the House endorses it.
Nigel Dodds.
Mr. Speaker, weariness in this House over Brexit should not be an excuse for weakness on Brexit or weakness on the Union. This party has supported respecting the right of the people of the United Kingdom's referendum decision to leave the European Union. We have supported that. We continue to support that, but it must be Brexit for the whole of the United Kingdom, leaving the single market and the customs union, if that is what the rest of the UK does, along with the rest of the UK. This deal puts Northern Ireland, yes, in the UK customs union, but applies de facto all the European customs union code. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Read the detail. It also puts us in the VAT regime.
Yes.
It also puts us in the single market regime for a large part of goods and agri-food without any consent up front, contrary to the agreement made in December 2017, which said that only regulatory difference could happen with the consent of the Executive and the Assembly. It drives a coach and horses through the Belfast Agreement by altering the cross-community consent mechanism. It was once said that no British Prime Minister could ever agree to such terms. And indeed, those who sought the leadership of the Tory party said that at our conference. Will he now abide by that and please reconsider the fact that we must leave as one nation together? There may be special circumstances for Northern Ireland, but that can only be with the consent of the people of Northern Ireland, Unionists and Nationalists together. That is the basis on which the peace process, the political process, has advanced. He must respect that.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I must say that, well, first of all, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman in this sense, that together he and I and the rest of his group did make a case powerfully to the EU that it was necessary for Northern Ireland to come out of the customs union, which was not, by the way, a point that was accepted by them. And we were successful in that. Insofar as he is critical of the arrangements. And by the way, the significant point about a customs union is it is a union that sets its own tariffs, its own duties at the perimeter around that customs union. That is what the whole of the UK will do, including Northern Ireland. And it was not, let's be frank, Mr. Speaker, what the European Commission or our European friends thought would be the result of these negotiations. I believe it's a great success for Northern Ireland and for the whole of the country. And the arrangements that have made that possible, of course, are temporary, and they are determined by consent. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, in all frankness, I do think it a pity that it is thought necessary for one side or the other in the debate in Northern Ireland to have a veto on those arrangements. Because after all, I must be very frank about this, Mr. Speaker, because after all, the people of this country have taken a great decision embracing the entire four nations of this country, by a simple majority vote that went 52-48, which we are honouring now. And I think that principle should be applied elsewhere. And I see no reason why it should not be applied in Northern Ireland as well. And it is in full compatibility, Mr. Speaker, with the Good Friday Agreement.
Mr. Philip Hammond.
Mr. Speaker, before I decide whether to jump on the Prime Minister's bus, I'd like to be just a little clearer about the destination. I'd like to be reassured that it remains the deep and special partnership with the European Union that we promised the British people in our 2017 election manifesto. And in the absence of the UK-wide backstop, which is now gone from the package, the best way to give us that reassurance is to ensure a proper role for Parliament in the process of the future negotiations. So could the Prime Minister today make a commitment to accept what are known as the Nandy-Snell amendments, which the previous government agreed would prevail? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I can certainly give that commitment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This agreement will maintain friction-free access to this European market for Northern Ireland. Can the Prime Minister therefore explain why he is so determined to deny that exact same benefit to the rest of the United Kingdom? Because I say to him that if he presses on with that path, he will not heal the rift to which he referred a moment ago. He will only serve to widen it further.
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman, whom I have a high regard, is, I think, one of those who believes that we should delay further in the EU. I don't believe that. I think we should come out as one UK. And I think there's a very important difference between Northern Ireland and the other constituent parts of the UK, and that was evident. It's evident in the Good Friday Agreement. It's evident in the need to treat that particular land border with a great deal of sensitivity and respect. And that is, I think, something that is agreed on all sides of this House, and I think is appreciated by the right honourable gentleman himself.
Sir William Cash.
Speaker, will my right honourable friend personally guarantee that in the bill, the withdrawal bill, there will be a guarantee to protect in practice our parliamentary sovereignty, and furthermore that in relation to the withdrawal agreement, that there will be provision to protect the United Kingdom from any harmful matters relating to our vital national interests under a parliamentary system which will guarantee that this House will decide if there are any situations where we need to prevent EU laws from being harmful to those vital national interests during the course of the future arrangements that have been put in place.
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman has campaigned on this matter for many, many years, and indeed there is a sense in which this occasion today is a colossal vindication of his parliamentary career, in the sense that he has long campaigned for us to come out of the EU. He raises an important point about our ability to protect this country from injurious or vexatious legislation coming from the EU during the period of the IP, and I can certainly give him the assurance that we will have such protection.
Eagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's predecessor said in this place that no British Prime Minister could ever accept a deal that put a border down the Irish Sea. The Prime Minister himself went to the DUP conference not long ago and said the same thing to them. He has now agreed a deal which puts a border down the Irish Sea. So can the Prime Minister tell this House why on earth anyone in the country, let alone anyone in this place, will ever believe a reassurance that he ever gives ever again?
I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that the Right Honourable Lady is simply wrong. There will be no border down the Irish Sea. There are already checks for epidemiological purposes. There will be some customs checks, yes, but of course what we are trying to do is to avoid but there will be no, Mr. Speaker, there will be no tariffs. There will be a single united customs union between all four nations of the UK, as she would expect. And that is what we have delivered. And we have delivered it, by the way, in defiance of the scepticism and the negativity of the party opposite, who continually said that it couldn't be done and said that it was absolutely essential for Northern Ireland to remain in the customs union of the EU. We have solved the problem and we have taken Northern Ireland out.
Damien Green.
Mr. Speaker, there are many of us who don't often feature at the noisy ends of the debate, who campaigned hard for Remain, but who accept the result of the referendum because we are above all Democrats. Many of us have said things like, we will do anything to avoid no deal. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that today is the day actually to make those words mean something and vote for a deal?
Well, can I thank my right honourable friend who has done much to bring our party and indeed the House together on this matter, and I couldn't agree with him more fervently. I really do think this is the day for everybody to put aside their differences, get this thing done. Our voters, the country, are looking at us. They expect us to deliver it. Let's do it today.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The democratic consent process doesn't remove the border down the Irish Sea. It simply moves the risk from determining the future of the border from Westminster to Stormont. So why does he believe that the deal will accord with the consensus built in the Good Friday Agreement?
Mr. Speaker, the deal is in perfect conformity with the Good Friday Agreement, and it is open to the people of Northern Ireland to vary the arrangements that I've described if they so choose.
Sir Patrick McLaughlin.
Was not the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Leader of the Opposition, right on the 22nd of February 2016 when he said that we welcome the fact that the hands of the people will now decide whether we remain in the European Union or not? Did they not come to a conclusion on that? He was right then. Shouldn't we now carry out that instruction?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do think that the better angels of the Right Honourable Gentleman's nature may still agree with that position. But my impression is that he has been in some way captured by those who wish now to, and is held hostage by those who now wish to convert the Labour Party into the party of revoke, of dither, a delay, a second referendum, more turmoil, more uncertainty, by the way, for business for years to come.
Is Savile Roberts.
The Prime Minister asks us with passionate words to vote for his deal with our hearts. But my head can't get around the fact that we're being asked to accept his words in trusting ignorance of their full implications. And my heart tells me that the people of Wales will never be well served by his government. We're only ever an afterthought for this Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, he has refused to share the impact assessments, and he only revealed this 535-page legal text today for us to comprehend. How could Plaid Cymru ever support his billionaires' Brexit?
Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that the Right Honourable Lady may conceivably have made up her mind about the 535 pages that she has in her hand before she'd perhaps scrutinised every word of the text. But I would gently remind her of what she and I both know, and I'm a fan of the Right Honourable Lady. What she and I both know is that Wales voted to leave, and I think she should respect that.
Caroline Noakes.
12 minutes into his statement, the Prime Minister spoke of the importance of this place in the future negotiations. Can he please reassure me, therefore, that today sees the end of the campaign to portray it as Parliament against the people, and today we accept that it is Parliament working on behalf of people?
I thank my right honourable friend for her point, and I think she is absolutely right. This is the moment for Parliament and people to yoke hands, yoke arms, come together and get this thing done. That's what I...
Kate Hoey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has said very clearly that he wants to see a free trade deal by the end of 2020 for the whole of the United Kingdom. Will the Prime Minister then tell us very clearly that when that day comes, the protocol on Northern Ireland will be automatically changed, and Northern Ireland will then be part of a fully free trade deal with everything the same as the rest of the United Kingdom?
Mr. Speaker, as the Right Honourable Lady knows, what happens is that the protocol, the current arrangements that we have for Northern Ireland, the arrangements envisaged in this deal, lapse automatically, and the default position is full alignment with the UK in every respect, save unless the people of Northern Ireland decide by a majority vote to remain in alignment. That is always open to them. That must be fair. It is for a very small range of policy, and from the beginning, as I've explained to the House, Northern Ireland will not only be able to take part in free trade deals, but Northern Ireland will have many of the advantages and attractions of Brexit, in the sense that we can regulate differently and better, for instance, for financial services. We can have a free port, for instance, in Belfast. There are things that I see, as is their customary way, my distinguished friends in the Democratic Unionist Party accepting this good news. There are many advantages to be had. And yes, on her point, there is the prospect of a free trade agreement between us and the EU, under which these arrangements would eventually be superseded, because we would enter into free trade, as the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Father of the House, first indicated, a zero tariff, zero quota arrangement, under which the current arrangements would be obviated.
Dr. Greg Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my right honourable friends give a commitment, in law if necessary, that workers' rights in this country will never be inferior to those of the European Union?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I certainly can.
Chris Leslie.
Mr. Speaker, honourable members are going to be promised. Mr. Speaker, honourable members are obviously going to be promised everything today by the Prime Minister. They should take it with a pinch of salt. But I have to tell the Prime Minister, it speaks volumes that he and the Chancellor have refused to publish a fresh economic impact assessment of his proposal today. But I think the Chancellor has said, well, one was produced last year, in November 2018, by his predecessor, where on the basis of an average free trade agreement, it would see the British economy lag by 5% of GDP. So can he at least give us the courtesy at the dispatch box now of saying that that model, that average free trade agreement, down 5%, is the expectation we could have of his plan?
No, Mr. Speaker, it certainly is not.
Chris Grayling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friends will remember from the referendum
the strength of feeling that he and I experienced in some of our most deprived communities about Brexit. Could he gently explain to the Leader of the Opposition the sense of betrayal that will be felt in those communities if we do not now deliver Brexit?
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend is completely correct in what he says, and I think that it is a feeling that is well known to members on the other side of the House and well known on our benches as well. The people of this country, wherever they come from, are coming together now in a desire to get Brexit done, and I hope that this House will today reflect that will.
Anna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At present, the United Kingdom consists of England, Wales, Northern Ireland and Scotland. In both Northern Ireland and Scotland, there's no mandate for Brexit. The deal we're being asked to vote for today gives Northern Ireland a deal which keeps it close to the single market and the customs union, subject to its consent. Can he explain to me and my constituents in what way it strengthens the union of the United Kingdom for Scotland alone to have foisted upon it a Brexit it didn't vote for?
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid there's a complete conceptual confusion here. Scotland and the whole of the UK is coming out of the customs union. There are particular arrangements that are being put in place to avoid a hard border in Northern Ireland, which I think is an objective that the whole House supports. And as for the people of Scotland, they had a referendum, as she knows full well, in 2014. They voted very substantially to remain in the United Kingdom. That was the correct decision. They were told it was a once-in-a-generation decision, Mr. Speaker, and I see no reason whatever to betray that promise that was made to them then.
Justine Greening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, I think, has said he now wants to speak for the 52% and the 48%. But does he recognise that the rhetoric and the actions and the way that this government has approached Brexit achieves the exact opposite of that, actually? And does he also recognise that dismissing concerns of communities like my own is no way to bring even England back together, and dismissing concerns of other nations within the United Kingdom is also no way to bring the UK and Britain back together either?
Mr. Speaker, I certainly didn't mean to dismiss anybody's concerns, and let alone her own. And I recognise that, as I think I said in my opening statement, that this is an issue that has aroused deep feeling across the country on both sides. But it is my strong belief that the way forward for this country now is to deliver Brexit, get it done, and move our country forward, because that is the way, I believe, that people can honestly and passionately express their pro-European views in a new, deep and special partnership of the kind that that both of us campaigned for.
Barry Shearman.
Mr. Speaker, 40 years ago I heard a Conservative leader who had, although I disagreed with much that she believed in, but I believed in her loyalty and I trusted her, and she brought the nation together with a great speech. I didn't hear that this morning. What I heard was a man who leads this country who no people don't trust. And he keeps saying, trust. Who will trust the British people? If we want the British people to trust, will you agree with me, we should have a referendum so people can judge this deal for what it is, and then we can have a general election after that.
Mr. Speaker, I think the best way to show our trust in the people is to repay their trust in us by honouring their mandate and delivering on the verdict of the people, and that is what we should do today, and I hope very much that the honourable gentleman will join us in the lobby tonight.
Mrs Cheryl Murray.
Mr. Speaker, will my right honourable friend reassure the fishermen in my constituency that he will put right the wrong heaped on them over 40 years ago, and they will get a better share of the fish from UK waters?
Mr. Speaker, they certainly shall, and I congratulate and I thank my honourable friend for everything she does to stick up for UK fishing. Fishing has a glorious future in this country, in the West Country and in Scotland too, if only this House will do the right thing and allow us to come out on October the 31st.
The honourable gentleman for Slough thinks that nodding at me vigorously to the extent that it virtually constitutes a bow is the most efficacious means of being called. The honourable gentleman may have his opportunity in due course, but he may well have his opportunity. But first of all, I want to hear Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How can this House have any confidence in the Prime Minister's claims that he doesn't want to lower standards when his own deal precisely moves the so-called level playing field from the binding withdrawal agreement into the non-binding political declaration? Isn't the truth that this deal takes a wrecking ball to our social and environmental standards, and the reason that he won't put it back to the British people is because he knows full well that they see through his bluster and they can see that this is a profoundly bad deal.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid the right honourable lady has totally misread or misunderstood the provisions of the agreement. There it is stated plainly in the political declaration that we will maintain the highest possible standards, and it is up to this House to do so. And I think it's the will of this House, and indeed it's the will of this government, to have even higher standards. This is the party, this is the government that has banned microbeads, that is cracking down on plastics, that is leading the world in going for zero carbon by 2050. We are world leaders in environment and animal welfare protection, and we will continue to be so outside the EU.
Hear, hear. The time has come to uncork the Gawk. Mr. David Gore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has said that he wanted to leave with a deal, and he has shown determination and flexibility to reach a deal for which he deserves credit. He will be aware, however, that unless we reach a free trade agreement in the next stage of negotiations, that there is a risk that Great Britain will leave the implementation period without a deal with the European Union. Can the Prime Minister commit today to show the same determination and flexibility to ensure that we do reach a deep and special partnership through a free trade agreement with the European Union before we allow the implementation period to come to an end?
My right honourable friend makes an excellent point, and indeed it was a point that was really the substantive one that I was discussing with our European Union friends in the last couple of days, because that's where they want to go now. They're interested in our timetable. They're interested in whether 14 months is enough. He's absolutely right to focus on this. I think, Mr. Speaker, it is enough. I think we can do it in 14 months. And I'll tell you why. The right honourable lady asked from a sedentary position. She may not know that we are already in perfect regulatory alignment with the European Union. It may have escaped her that we already have zero tariff and zero quota arrangements with the EU. We have a fantastic opportunity to do a free trade deal. Yes, 14 months is a blistering pace, Mr. Speaker, but we can get it done. And I just remind doubters and sceptics that they said it was impossible to reopen the withdrawal agreement. There they all are. They said we'd never get rid of the backstop, Mr. Speaker. They said we'd never get a deal, Mr. Speaker. There's a very good deal on the table here today, and I hope they vote for it.
Patience rewarded. Tanmanjeet Singh Desi.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, while addressing the DUP conference in Northern Ireland, the Prime Minister promised that there would be no border down the Irish Sea, neither the customs one, neither a regulatory one, nor any other sort. He promised the same thing to his Conservative colleagues during his pursuit for power to become the Jungle King. So would the Prime Minister like to take this opportunity to formally apologise to the DUP, his Conservative colleagues and the good people of Northern Ireland for having sold them down the river and for having broken yet another promise?
Well, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman, but I must say, in all candour and humility, he misrepresents what I think is an excellent deal that takes Northern Ireland out of the EU customs union, preserves it in the UK's customs territory, does not create a border in the Irish Sea, and allows us together as a single United Kingdom to do free trade deals around the world. And I think his constituents would want him to support this deal and get Brexit done tonight, and get Brexit done on October the 31st.
John Barron. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly commend my right honourable friend for abolishing the anti-democratic backstop, and on that basis I will be supporting this deal today, having opposed the previous deal. But can I suggest this to him? Given that I and most of us in this place want a fair and good trade deal and prefer that to no deal, does he accept that by abolishing the anti-democratic backstop, we actually not only make a good and fair trade deal more likely, but we almost guarantee it, given the common position we start from and our common interests with the EU?
My right honourable friend is spot on, Mr. Speaker, and he is right that both sides have a strong incentive to do a very, very good, best-in-class free trade deal by the end of next year. That's our ambition, and that's what we're going to achieve.
Prime Minister's Brexit Secretary was on television this morning, and he confirmed that no economic analysis of the deal has been done. Yeah. I ask the House to let that sink in. No economic analysis of the deal has been done, which we are all expected to vote on today. How does the Prime Minister anticipate that members on all sides of this House, in good faith, for a deal that's going to impact on our country for decades to come, can be expected to vote on such a thing today?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully point out to the honourable lady that the deal has been welcomed by a broad range of opinion, including the Governor of the Bank of England and indeed the CBI. And the choice for her today is between this deal, which I believe is very good for this country, both economically and politically, and no deal. That's what she has to decide between.
Mr. Peter Bowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Article 126 of the withdrawal agreement says that the transition period ends on the 31st December 2020. But a few articles later, 132, it says it can be extended for a further 2 years. If it was extended, we would still be effectively in the European Union 6.5 years after the referendum. Could the Prime Minister say that while he is Prime Minister, he would not consider extending past the 31st December 2020?
Minister! My honourable friend chose his customary sagacity and grip on detail. He's absolutely right about Article 126. But of course, that article provides for the UK and the EU to decide that matter by a joint committee. And the UK would therefore have a discretionary veto in that matter. And I can tell him now, I certainly would not want to extend beyond the end of next year, nor do I see any reason for delay, as indeed nor do I see any reason or excuse for delay beyond October the 31st.
McFadden.
There is a philosophical problem at the core of the Prime Minister's argument today. He is promising his colleagues, particularly his most ardent Brexit-supporting colleagues, that the proposals before us offer a pathway to the deregulated future of which they have always dreamed. And at the same time, he is saying to Labour colleagues that he now has a newfound love for all the European workers' rights, that he built a journalistic career slagging off in the strongest terms. Both of these things cannot be true. So which one is?
Prime Minister! Mr. Speaker, well, he's right in what he says, because, of course, the first few things he said were wholly incorrect. There will be a high standard maintained, the very highest standards maintained for workers' rights and environmental protection. And if he isn't content with that, then of course it is open to him, as a member of this House, as I have said, to take part in the setting of the mandate for the future partnership and to engage, as all parliamentarians are invited to engage, in drawing up the terms of our future partnership. And I hope he takes up that offer.
Mr. Richard Drax.
Mr. Speaker, as I understand it, the £39 billion for an FTA is based on EU alignment. Can my right honourable friend confirm and reassure me that that will not affect or restrict UK tax, foreign or defence policies?
I can certainly give my honourable friend that assurance.
Lady Herman.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will be well aware of the considerable anxiety and indeed anger caused to the Unionist community in Northern Ireland since the publication of his Brexit deal. I would like the Prime Minister to take this opportunity, since he has not bothered until now to reach out and reassure the Unionist community. I would like him to take this opportunity publicly to reassure the people in Northern Ireland that there is nothing in his deal which undermines the constitutional status of Northern Ireland as guaranteed by the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and the consent principle. I pay tribute to the Taoiseach, Leo Varadkar, who has made a very, very solemn explanation and commitment about his commitment to the constitutional status of Northern Ireland. But as a Unionist, I need to hear a British Prime Minister making that commitment to the Unionist community.
Prime Minister. Of course, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady, and I wish to reassure her that I make an absolute commitment to the constitutional status of Northern Ireland, which is inviolable and intact. And it may be that she hasn't seen the statement from Lord Trimble, who said of the change in the agreement that we have secured. Whilst previously the people of Northern Ireland were to have an agreement imposed on them, now we have a mechanism for the consent of the people of Northern Ireland, and that is fully in accordance with the Good Friday Agreement.
Alistair Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend is right to characterise the political participation of the UK in the EU too often as uncertain. And it's one of the great regrets of my time here that what he says is true, and we'll never know, in a way, what the EU might have looked like if the United Kingdom had been a full partner. But if a new relationship with us outside the EU, for which I will be voting today, is to be a success, not only for the trade negotiations, but for the diplomatic links, does he agree with me, as they read our newspapers and they know what we say, that the relentless, persistent, and too often 1940s anti-EU rhetoric must come to an end? No ifs and no buts.
Prime Minister.
I think, Mr. Speaker, he's absolutely right, and that it's time this country moved on. But I may say that the best way that he can show his support tonight for this deal would be to gently to suggest that to his right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, that we remove the amendment currently standing in his name, because that is, I'm afraid, an impediment to such a verdict tonight.
Alison Thewlis.
It's 11 o'clock here at Westminster. You're watching a BBC News special as MPs debate the government's Brexit deal. We're going to go back to the Commons in a moment. But just to sum up what has happened since 9:30 this morning when the Commons started, the Speaker crucially has selected two amendments, one of them very controversial, the Letwin Amendment, and one by Peter Kyle that calls for a second referendum. But the Letwin Amendment potentially calls for a delay to the process, and the government has indicated that they might pull the vote effectively or not allow the vote to go forward today if the Letwin Amendment is
passed. Just in terms of what has happened since then, Boris Johnson made the case for his deal. Jeremy Corbyn put the opposition's case against it. And we've heard a number of questions, quite a few focusing on the fact that the government has not published an economic assessment of this deal. Luciana Berger saying, how can anyone be expected to decide how to vote on this deal when we do not know how it's going to affect the living standards of all of us, how it's going to affect the economy? Chris Leslie saying the last economic assessment that was published by the government on an average free trade deal predicted a 5% cut to GDP. Angela Eagle, again making the point on the Northern Irish question that Boris Johnson had previously said in the past he would never want to see a border down the Irish Sea. That is effectively what he's done, she said. And how could anyone trust what he would say in the future? That point about Northern Ireland, of course, very controversial. And David Gauke, of course, a Conservative, ex-Conservative, who now says he will support the deal but is wanting to support Letwin alongside it, said that the government must promise that there will be no deal exit before the implementation period. And Boris Johnson saying very much that the hope was, of course, to get the deal through. And despite the short time frame to the end of 2020, that was the government's aim. Well, let's speak now to Norman Smith, our assistant political editor, who's in the Houses of Parliament. Norman, how would you assess what we have heard so far today?
Well, I thought the tone from Boris Johnson was interesting, a much more conciliatory tone than some of his Commons performances, trying to reach out to those wavering Labour MPs who could be critical if we actually get to a vote on his deal. Question mark about that. But saying that the NHS is not going to be on the table in any future trade talks, saying that no one was pushing for a lowering in employment rights or environmental standards, trying to pick off a few Labour MPs who might give him enough numbers to possibly get this over the line. It brought, I think, perhaps the sharpest question, though, from Labour's Pat McFadden, who said, hang on a sec. You're telling Brexiteers you're all in favour of deregulation, and you're telling us you're all in favour of workers' rights. Which is it? You can't have it both ways. But certainly the tone was interesting from Boris Johnson. The question, of course, is will we get to that vote on the government's motion? Because all the indications are that if Sir Oliver Letwin's amendment is carried, which would basically withhold approval from this deal until the legislation to implement it had been passed. In other words, forcing a delay, possibly of a few weeks. All the signs are the government is simply going to pack up their bags, send their MPs home and say, forget it, no point in today, it's not a meaningful vote. We'll think again. In other words, there is a very real danger that today will not be a moment of clarity, but it will be a moment of confusion and delay. So really, almost anything could happen in the next hour or so. Let's try and unpick some of that with Steve Baker, the head of the ERG group of Brexiteers. How do you see this going?
Well, the first thing to say is we've decided it's in the national interest to compromise on the undoubted flaws in the withdrawal agreement in order to get to a very positive future state. So if everything in that withdrawal agreement is negotiated well and competently, I will be doing cartwheels of joy that we have delivered that deep and broad partnership with the EU, which I think can reunite the country.
Let's talk, though, the parliamentary tactics, because this does seem to be taking all sorts of bizarre twists and turns. What happens if the government does say to Tory MPs, supposing the Letwin Amendment is passed, go home?
Well, the first thing I must say on that is that I will advise my colleagues that we just vote with the government now. We've given them colleagues three pieces of advice. Vote for the deal. Vote for the implementing legislation all the way to the end, provided it's not spoiled. And thirdly, vote with the government to give the Prime Minister maximum opportunity to deliver for the country. So what we'll do as Eurosceptics is vote with Boris Johnson. What others will do, I fear, because if they pass this Letwin amendment, the public who are absolutely sick of Brexit will just get a bunch of circus clowns running round, given the opportunity to vote for a deal, instead voting for more dither and delay, just out of what, fear? I mean, it would be a ludicrous thing for them to do.
Would it be ludicrous because people like Sir Oliver Letwin and
some of the other Tory rebels, they back a deal. They've always voted for a deal, unlike you. They simply say, look, we want to be sure that the legislation is going to get through and people like you don't pull the plug, and therefore it results in no deal. So they want to get this through.
So I've always wanted a deal of the character the EU offered us last year. And this deal that Boris has got is consistent with what they offered us last year. So there's a landing ground, and I want to aim for it with all our resolve that we can muster. So what I've been saying to Oliver Letwin and others, what I will say to Oliver directly later today, is look at what I've done over the past 3 to 4 years when it's been my job to organise my colleagues. We've played with a straight bat. What we've said we'd do, we've done. Sometimes we've done it with ruthless resolve and beaten people, in the Commons, democratically, but we've always done what we'd said. And Mark Francois and I have now repeatedly said to colleagues and in public, if we vote for the deal, now when we vote for the deal, we will also commit to voting for all of the implementing legislation that fulfills the Prime Minister's policy, but if they wreck it with a customs union or a second referendum or removing necessary protections that we've negotiated to be added, which are all reasonable, well then we'll have to see where we land.
OK, does that mean that if, and it is an if, the Letwin Amendment is passed, no deal is back on the table?
I think the truth is, if Letwin's amendment passes and the UK just looks totally incompetent to deliver actually what was a big change from the EU, they opened the withdrawal agreement and completely changed the backstop. That's huge for them, having said they wouldn't. I think from the EU's point of view, having met multiple ambassadors, they will be throwing their hands in the air and wondering whatever we can deliver. I think they'll make our nation look ridiculous, and they might lead to us being thrown out by the EU, as President Macron and Jean-Claude Juncker have suggested. That's actually not what I want. I would prefer to deliver for my constituents and for the nation a smooth exit through this deal.
OK, Steve Baker, thanks very much for your time. So stakes are hugely high, as you can see. Maybe there'll be a delay. Maybe no deal comes back into the frame. Maybe the EU say, forget it, just leave us be. So huge uncertainty looms.
Norman, just to pick you up again on Letwin, when do we expect a vote on that? And how will the government then not have the vote if Letwin passes?
I wish I could give you clear answers, but I can't, because part of the Letwin Amendment removes any cut-off point for votes. So it could go well into the afternoon. I noted rather ominously the Prime Minister in his statement talked about votes this evening. So brace yourself, it really could go on for some considerable time. If, as we expect, Letwin is passed and the government says, that's it, we're out of here, Tory MPs go home, I assume what will happen then is that Mr Johnson will be obliged to write that letter by 11 o'clock tonight to the EU saying, I have not got my deal, because he won't have got his deal, please give me an extension, full stop. But he will do nothing else. He will not go to Brussels, he will not pick up the phone, he will make no effort to negotiate a deal, in the hope that EU leaders will say, can we really give Britain an extension which the government doesn't want? Added to which, we know a number of EU leaders are increasingly exasperated. Will they think this is ridiculous? We're simply not going to give Britain another extension. All questions we do not know the answer to, I'm afraid.
OK, Norman, we will be back to you in the coming moments and hours. But for now, thanks very much indeed. We're going to take you back into the House of Commons because the Prime Minister is still addressing MPs. He's taking questions from all sides. He's just been taking a question from Nigel Evans, of course, a Conservative pro-Brexiteer. He's now just speaking. Boris Johnson back in the House of Commons. Let's take you back to that key debate on the Brexit deal.
Tulip Sadiq.
The Minister used the phrase European friends over and over again in his statement this morning, and we in this House know that the Prime Minister likes to treat his friends with great generosity. Bearing that in mind, will the Prime Minister distance himself from the comments of his Security Minister last week, who said that our European friends in this country could face deportation if they do not get settled status by next year?
Prime Minister.
Well, the honourable lady raises a very important point, and perhaps I should have said more about it in my opening remarks, because I do think one of the things that this government has done well over the last few years, and perhaps we should have been faster, but we are finally giving the 3.4 million the assurances that they need, and the EU settled status scheme is now really working extremely well. It is vital that everybody, all the EU citizens living in our country, have the reassurances that they need. I may say it is also vital, and it's a point that I made to our colleagues in Brussels, it is also vital that there should be symmetry, because at the moment there is not perfect symmetry, and it's very important that as we come out and we give our EU nationals the treatment they deserve, that is reciprocated on the other side of the channel. By and large it is, but there is some progress to be made.
Mr. Stephen Crabb.
Mr. Speaker, would the Prime Minister confirm what business has been telling us for many months now, that there is enormous pent-up investment waiting to be released into the UK economy when the fog and lack of clarity of this stage of Brexit is lifted? And would he also confirm that the very last thing that business wants to see from the proceedings of today in this House of Commons is for further delay, further fogginess and further confusion?
Well, Minister, my honourable friend is completely right, and I do think the whole business world has been, as it were, holding its breath, waiting for us to get this thing done. There is massive confidence and excitement about this country and its future, and they want to invest. Let's give them an opportunity to do it in the course of the next few weeks and months.
Brightfield.
Might I agree with the right honourable gentleman's sentiments, the right honourable gentleman from Ashford? And would he not agree that one of the confusions that we face in the House, but more so in the country, is that some, not all, of those who wish to remain often appear in Brexit clothing, and that today there is a motion on the order paper for those of us who want to deliver on the promise in the referendum, and there is only one vote necessary.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the right honourable gentleman has spoken with his customary honesty and insight in this matter, and I think that it would be a good thing if this House had an ability to have what I think was promised to the House and to the country, and that is to have a meaningful vote tonight. My fear is that the vote that we have will not prove to be meaningful, and I think, given the solemnity of this occasion, that would be a great pity.
In the name of breadth and equality, having called Mr. Stephen Crabb, I now call Mr. Marcus Fish.
The union is of massive importance to many in this House. Will my right honourable friend commit to mitigate, to subsidise and defray the costs of any new arrangements for customs within Northern Ireland?
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, not only that, but if he studies the agreement, he will see that it is open to the UK authorities to give support of any kind where necessary to alleviate any impacts that there may be from the arrangements that we will put in place, whatever the implications may be for state aids.
Mr. Stephen Timms.
Understand the worries of manufacturers about new rules of origin checks and other red tape that his deal would impose upon them, and the fears of Make UK that reassurances in the deal negotiated by his predecessor had been dropped from his deal.
The reason I'm not worried about that, Mr. Speaker, is there are no new rules of origins checks, and this is a deal that I hope he will get behind and support, because it represents stability and certainty for business.
Kirsten Hare.
There are other voices from Scotland that are asking Scottish MPs the National Farmers Union for Scotland, the Scottish Fishermen's Federation, the Federation of Small Businesses, the Scottish Chambers of Commerce, the Scotch Whisky Association, who all believe this is best for industry, the economy and jobs. And Scottish nationalists will once again vote for a no-deal Brexit.
Mr. Speaker, there speaks the true voice of Scotland, and she is perfectly correct in what she says. And I venture to say, Mr. Speaker, that the constituents of the party opposite, the SNP, overwhelmingly tonight want that party, even that party, to get Brexit done and move this country on. I bet they do, Mr. Speaker.
I simply understand.
Sammy Wilson.
The Prime Minister has said there'll be no border down the REC, yet every good imported from GB into Northern Ireland will be subject to a customs declaration, a physical movement subject to checks, and tariffs have to be paid until it can be proved where the goods are going to. Will he accept that he may have avoided a regulatory border between Northern Ireland and the Republic, but he has put a legal, customs and economic border between the country to which we belong and the economy to which we depend? Rather than a great deal, this will do a great deal of damage to the Union.
It will.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, Mr. Speaker, what this does is protects Northern Ireland by extracting Northern Ireland whole and entire from the EU customs union, allows Northern Ireland to join the whole of the UK in setting our own tariffs, and insofar as there may be checks at a few places in Northern Ireland, physical checks would only involve 1% of the goods coming in, and if that is too much of a burden, then it is open to the people of Northern Ireland by a majority to decide that they no longer wish to participate in those arrangements. It is being done by consent. It is a very ingenious scheme that gets Northern Ireland out of the customs union and allows the whole of the UK to do free trade together with minimum bureaucracy.
Mr. Henry Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the British people are watching this place very carefully, and history is recording what we say. The clear majority message from my constituents is that they want the Brexit they voted for delivered, and this deal does that. Can I have an assurance from the Prime Minister that we will not only maintain but enhance our environmental and animal welfare standards?
Mr. Speaker, I can indeed give that assurance, and I can tell my honourable friend who campaigned to leave the EU for these reasons, amongst others, we will indeed have higher standards of protection for animal welfare, the environment and other matters.
David Hanson.
North Wales is a major artery to Northern Ireland by road and by boat, to the Irish Republic by road and by boat, but also to the Irish Republic through Northern Ireland by road and by boat. Given what he said today, that goods will be, unless they are at risk of entering the EU, in his statement, where and when are going to be the border checks, and where and when are going to be the tariffs, because they will face them under his proposals.
Mr. Speaker, there aren't any tariffs on goods. There aren't any tariffs, as he knows full well, there aren't any tariffs on goods going GBNI or NIGB.
Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that the people of our country are desperate to end this uncertainty, but we often forget that the people of the other 27 countries are also desperate to end this uncertainty, and our Prime Minister has needed to get the consent from all 27 countries. Does he agree with me that if this House fails to back this deal today or seeks to kick the can down the road again, we create more uncertainty and not less?
Minister.
My honourable friend is exactly right, and the choice is very clear today for this House and for the country. It is really this deal or a no-deal Brexit, because I do not think by any stretch of the imagination it can be right for the UK to delay beyond October the 31st, when that is expensive, pointless, a waste of spirit and an expense of shame that will achieve absolutely nothing whatever.
Dr. Sarah Wollaston.
Speaker, evidence matters, Prime Minister. How can you possibly assure our constituents that this is a good deal if the Prime Minister hasn't carried out an economic impact assessment of what it will cost them? And if he has carried that out, why on earth are we not able to see it as we debate this today?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, well, I'm grateful to the honourable lady, but I direct her really to the answers I've already given on this point. Many business groups have already come out in support of this deal because it gives certainty and stability and allows the country to move on. And as my right honourable friend said just now, I think it will unleash a great deal of investment in the UK.
Brian.
Sir, can I thank the Prime Minister for his statement and the tone with which he's delivered it today? He and I have had some robust conversations in the last 6 weeks, and he has done what he promised me he would do, which is seek a Brexit deal and bring it back to this House. I was very pleased to hear him mention the 48% today. There are a lot of people for whom we need to have the losers' consent to deliver Brexit safely. So would he agree that the way to do that is with the deal that he has proposed, which is well worthy of all of our support?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the support of my honourable friend means a great deal to me, because he and I did have long conversations about this, and I did my best to convince him that I was in earnest in seeking a deal. I truly was, and I'm very pleased with the result that we have secured, and I'm delighted that he will feel able to support it tonight. I do, but I'm get back to the key point. It does give people who love Europe in the broadest possible way a real chance to move forward and work with us to develop a new partnership with our European friends. That is the opportunity. Everything else is stasis and division. This is the way forward.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Basildon and Billericay said yesterday, I am doing my best to persuade colleagues who, like me, voted 3 times against the last Prime Minister's deal to look at this in a favourable light, provided that we can get the assurance, and I have been given it so far, by people like the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and the Foreign Secretary, that if our trade talks fail in December 2020, we will leave on no-deal terms. Mr. Speaker, have members of the Prime Minister's Cabinet given those assurances? And if, indeed, no deal is therefore not being ruled out by supporting the Prime Minister today, why won't he tell the country the truth?
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend, the member for Billericay, has made it very clear in the House just now, if she was listening, that he wants and will work for a great new free trade agreement, and that is indeed what we will do. And may I respectfully say to her, as I say to all honourable friends and members, that if they wish to avoid a no-deal outcome, the single best thing we can all do is vote for this deal tonight.
Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly support this deal, but is it not the case that in the issue of workers' rights, that whatever government, we will be able to, in this Parliament, strengthen workers' rights without recourse to an external authority? And is it also not the case that the billions of pounds that we save from leaving the European Union, we will be able to spend on public services and cutting the cost of living for ordinary folk across our country?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that voice of Harlow is completely right, and we will be able to get on, by the way, with investing in hospitals in his area. Yes, of course it is open to this House and to this country to strengthen workers' rights beyond the standards in the EU. But as I said to the honourable lady who spoke a moment ago, every new regulation or directive that comes from Brussels in this matter will of course be capable of being scrutinised by this House, and this House will be able to decide whether or not it is right to implement it in UK law. And it seems to me you can't say fairer than that. We can go further than them, but we can also track them if we choose.
Sir Vincent Cable.
Following the earlier question for the member for the South House, the Prime Minister will know there's a great deal of anxiety in the business community that it faces a cliff edge at the end of next year. Can you reiterate what seemed to be his assurance that the transition will be extended until his free trade agreement has been concluded?
Mr. Speaker, I think if he's worried about a cliff edge, and I'm not, frankly, as worried as he is, but I think we'll do a great free trade deal by then, the best thing he can do, and I hope I'm looking at him carefully to see whether he might have this in his heart, is to vote for this deal tonight. He says he's opposed to a no-deal Brexit, Mr. Speaker. This is the way to avoid it.
Order. I'm sorry to disappoint remaining honourable and right honourable members, but having now called no fewer than 55 backbenchers, I judge that it is time to proceed to the debate on the motions. We come now, colleagues, to motion number 1, with which we will debate, as I indicated earlier, motion number 2. I remind the House that I have selected Amendment A in the name of the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for West Dorset. To move the motion, I call the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union, Secretary of State Steve Barclay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the motion in the name of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. Today is the time for this House to come together and move forward. Someone who previously did that, and who many members of the House will still remember, was the former Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Mo Mowlam. Her biography was called Momentum, in the days before it was a faction forcing out its own colleagues. And after 1,213 days and frequent debates in this chamber.
Order. I understand that passions are inflamed, but I do appeal to colleagues to weigh their words and to try to preserve the principle of political difference, personal amiability. The Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, that spirit of bringing people together was what I was seeking to pay tribute to. And after 1,213 days and frequent debates in this chamber, now is the time for this House to move forward. Another pivotal figure in bringing different views together was Lord Trimble, who won the Nobel Peace Prize for his contribution to the Good Friday Agreement. He has made clear his support for this deal, confirming it is fully in accordance with the spirit of that agreement. The people of Northern Ireland will be granted consent over their future as a result of the deal the Prime Minister has negotiated. Mr. Speaker, this deal also delivers on the referendum in a way that protects all parts of our union against those who would seek to use division and delay to break it up, in particular on the benches of the SNP. And as such, it is a vote that honours not one but two referendums in protecting both our democratic vote but also our United Kingdom. This House called for a meaningful vote. Yet today, some who champion that now suggest it should delay longer still. Now, I respect the intention of my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, who indeed is someone who has supported the vote 3 times and has indicated his support today. But his amendment would render today's vote meaningless. It would cause further delay when our constituents and our businesses want an end to uncertainty and are calling for us to get this done. Mr. Speaker, the public will be appalled by pointless further delay. We need to get Brexit done by the 31st of October so the country can move forward, and I ask my right honourable friend in that spirit to withdraw his amendment. I give way to the Honourable.
Very grateful to the Secretary of State, and he pointed out that honourable members opposite have voted previously against a Brexit deal after the referendum, including the Prime Minister, who voted twice against a Brexit deal after the referendum. Why doesn't the government have the courage, therefore, to allow the same privilege to the people of this country to make their judgment on this deal?
If the Honourable Gentleman really thought that, he would support an election and indeed let the people have their say on this issue, but he has declined to do so. And it's important that politicians don't pick and choose which votes they adhere to, and that we respect the biggest vote in our country's history. I'll give one.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State in giving way. He's just said public do not want delay. Yesterday, I was in my constituency in Raynham, where 100% of the people I met, they said they want Brexit delivered. And this Prime Minister's deal delivers on Brexit. So I applaud him as the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister for getting this done.
Well, I very much agree with my honourable friend who speaks not just for his country, constituents, but for those up and down the country, and indeed businesses up and down the country, who indeed want to see Brexit go. Now, you're waiting for my leader of the House.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend giving way. Can I just say to him, I wonder if he agrees with me, for those who call now for a second referendum, having denied the result of the first referendum, how can the British people ever trust us to then follow through on a second referendum?
Well, I very much agree with my right honourable friend, and indeed some of those voices do not trust just one referendum, they distrust two, and now want a third referendum on which to campaign. I give way to the honourable lady.
It was you, Sylvia.
The gentleman for giving way. He will know that many of us have long campaigned to leave the European Union. Will he tell me now why there is not in this agreement the opportunity for the people of Northern Ireland to opt in and consent to what has been decided? That would have made a crucial difference to how people in Northern Ireland on the pro-union side who feel genuinely, like myself, that somehow the United Kingdom government is letting down and giving in to others than the British government.
Well, as the honourable lady should know, the unilateral declaration published with the documentations on both the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration does indeed allow for a consent mechanism in Northern Ireland for the Assembly. And as the Prime Minister set out in his statement, it is right when the decision on which we meet today is based on a majority across the United Kingdom, that indeed the Assembly reaches a decision on that basis without one community having power of veto over the other. I give way to the honourable lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for taking my intervention. The Secretary of State has followed the example of the Prime Minister in quoting David Trimble. I pay tribute to David Trimble as a great leader of the Ulster Unionist Party, a great leader of the Ulster Unionist Party. He now sits as a Tory member of the other place. I asked the Prime Minister, and I'm asking the Secretary of State, for a clear guarantee that there is nothing in this deal, this new Brexit deal, which undermines or weakens the constitutional status of Northern Ireland as guaranteed in the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and the consent principle. Do not quote Lord Trimble to me. Give me a clear commitment.
Sure. Well, I refer the honourable lady to the letter that the Prime Minister set out to President Juncker on the 2nd of October, where the first commitment within that letter was the Prime Minister and this government's absolute commitment to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And that is a commitment we share not just within the United Kingdom, but also with our friends in the Irish government as well. And that is why we have shown flexibility in the arrangements, some of those arrangements which indeed have caused difficulty to some colleagues in the House, in order for us to address the concerns that were particularly in the nationalist community around what impact there may be on the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. Of course, I can wait to the number.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. On the opt-in point that the honourable lady from Vauxhall referred to, that was in the letter that the Prime Minister sent to Jean-Claude Juncker, which was abandoned. It was actually in only just 2 weeks ago, so that's where it came from. The Prime Minister and others seemed a bit bemused, but that was an opt-in. And secondly, he now says about it has to be by majority vote. So can we now take it that the policy of the government is to do away with vetoes, for instance, about getting the Assembly up and running? 4 out of the 5 parties in Northern Ireland want it up and running. The Assembly is going to meet on Monday, which is good news. So that veto no longer applies. I see the Prime Minister nodding, and I'm grateful for that. That's a very big breakthrough in Northern Ireland.
Well, it's also worth clarifying, and this speaks very much to the unilateral declarations and the concerns in terms of how that operates, that this is about a reserved matter that applies to our international agreements as a United Kingdom and not the powers that sit with the Assembly within the Good Friday Agreement. And that is why there wasn't a willingness to give one community a power of veto over the other. Of course, I could win.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State, but it is simply not true to say that agriculture and manufactured goods and so on are reserved matters. These are matters devolved to the Northern Ireland Assembly. This is just not correct. Please do not use that argument. And this was recognised by the Prime Minister in the letter that he sent to Jean-Claude Juncker himself only a few weeks ago.
The difficulty with that argument, with great respect, and I very much do respect the concerns of the Right Honourable Gentleman, is that Stormont isn't sitting at present. And that is why we have the mechanism that's set out further within the United Declaration as to if Stormont isn't sitting, as to how that will be addressed. I promise to give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. When a few weeks ago I voted for the Withdrawal Act, distressingly often referred to as the Ben Act instead of its full title, the Ben Burt Act. It was with the clear intention of ensuring that maximum effort was committed to the negotiations in order to secure a deal to prevent the risk of no deal. And I'm grateful to the Prime Minister and to my right honourable friend for having succeeded in an objective which did not at the time seem to gather favour. But having succeeded in that, I want to vote on that tonight. Having referred to the good intentions of my right honourable friend for North Dorset in moving his amendment today, which I will not vote for and vote against, could he give some reassurance to the House as to why he believes that is not necessary if we are to fulfil the terms of the deal and the efforts that have been made in the last few weeks?
So, well, I will very shortly come on to that precise point, although perhaps the legislation should now be called the Burt-Ben Act as opposed to the Ben-Burt Act. But I am grateful to my right honourable friend for that support. I'll make a little progress and then take some further interventions. This is a deal, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister was told was impossible. We were told the withdrawal agreement could not be changed. Indeed, the Shadow Brexit Secretary used to hold up the text to say that not a word of the withdrawal agreement had been changed. We were told the backstop could not be removed. It was the all-weather, all-life insurance on which the European Union relied. And we were told there was insufficient time for a new deal. And indeed, the negotiation was a sham. And, Mr. Speaker, sometimes that was just from voices on our own side. The real significance of the Prime Minister's achievement is that the people of Northern Ireland will have a vote which will give them the consent over their future arrangements, and there will no longer be any European veto on what those future arrangements will be. Just as important, this deal changes the dynamic of the future negotiation. Before, many members of this House were concerned that the backstop would be used as leverage, with the EU holding the prospect of us being permanently stuck in its orbit against our will. Indeed, many members of this House spoke about it being easier to leave the EU than to leave the backstop itself. With this new deal, because of the need of Northern Ireland's consent over its future, the dynamic of the future relationship will change, because it will be the EU's interest which will be aligned with ours in reaching a future relationship that benefits both sides. I'll give way to Honourable General.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State giving way. In my constituency, 52% voted to leave, 48% voted to remain. When we come on to the sheer weight of legislation to put into force the referendum result, might we not only keep faith with the 52 on that we are leaving, but also remember, as we've experienced today in the House, that 48% in my constituency did not wish to leave.
And I very much respect that point from the Right Honourable Gentleman, who has always been someone who has reached out to build consensus around their House. And it is important, as we take forward and the commitments the Prime Minister gave in his statement in terms of how the House will be consulted on the next phase of the negotiations, is in part to address those concerns that he and other members across this House have raised in terms of the balanced approach to the future relationship that we will take. Of course, I give way.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. I listened to the Prime Minister's statement and the debate intently, and it seemed that assurances were given to Europhiles that there would be the intention in Phase 2 to follow close regulatory alignment with the EU. Yet also a card was offered to Eurosceptics that there would be an alignment, and even no deal was not put off the table in phase 2. It can't be both, so which is it?
So what paragraph 77 sets out is our commitment to high international standards and to those being reciprocal as befits the relationship we reach with the European Union. And he really should have more confidence in this House that we will set regulation that is world-leading, that is best in class, that reflects the Queen's speech with its world-leading regulation on the environment, and that reflects the commitments that many in the House have sought on workers' rights, whilst also being mindful, of course, that it is this House that went ahead of the EU in terms of paternity rights, that went ahead of the EU in terms of parental leave. And so we can go further than the EU in protecting people's rights, rather than simply match them. I give way to the Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say to my right honourable friend that it's my assessment that the deal struck by our right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, accords with the Good Friday Agreement. I think it presages a new golden age for relationships north-south of the border, which is to be welcomed. And can I congratulate the government on adopting the stance of consent rather than veto? That reflects modern island of Ireland politics today.
Well, my honourable friend, as chair of the Select Committee, speaks with great authority on this issue, and I know he will in particular have recognised the importance that the whole of the United Kingdom will benefit from our future trade deals around the world, with every part of the United Kingdom, including Northern Ireland, leaving, as the Prime Minister said in his statement, whole and entire. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thanks, Secretary of State, for giving way. It is right we examine the detail in this place, and the Secretary of State is doing a great job in answering the questions. But can I suggest to him that we as a collective body need a slightly more optimistic note? It is my firm belief that now we've got rid of the backstop, we will achieve a fair and good trade deal by December 2020, and we should be focused on that rather than all the minor detail. It is a bright future if we decide to take it today.
Well, my honourable friend is right to talk of the opportunity that Brexit unlocks, that opportunity for trade deals. We start from a position of great understanding of the respective economies. A big part of a trade deal is usually negotiating that understanding at the start. And we can seize the opportunities of those trade deals around the world, and that is exactly why we need to move forward. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Could I thank the Secretary of State for giving way? Should the House divide this evening on the amendment in the name of the member for Dorset West, it will have my support this evening. But can I suggest to the Secretary of State, there is a way through this that brings the consensus he talks about, which is where we support the amendment, the government tables the legislation next week, so we can have scrutiny of the detail, we can make meaningful decisions at second and third reading, but and crucially, the commitments that I welcome that the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister have made from the dispatch box, those of us who have some reservations about the trustworthiness of the government can see those written into the face of the bill before we make that final crucial decision on how we continue this process.
Well, I respect the care with which the honourable gentleman has looked at this issue. But his constituents, like many around the country, now want the country to move forward and for us to get this deal done. And of course, there is a distinction between the meaningful vote today and the further opportunities there will be at second reading of the withdrawal agreement bill and indeed at third reading in order for assurance to be provided in line with the statements that the Prime Minister has made from the dispatch box today. Well, I give way once more and then I'm going to make some progress.
I'm extremely grateful to him because this, Secretary of State, this is the crucial point. Surely the point of this new deal is that it offers Great Britain a fairly hard Brexit in order to facilitate trade agreements with countries for whom European standards are incompatible, because you cannot be a European-style economy and a US-style economy at the same time. And what you are not giving us is an economic assessment to tell us what jobs and industries will grow on the back of this, what goods and services will be cheaper to compensate for the loss of aerospace, the loss of automotive, the loss of financial services, and so much more. You can't tell us that today.
The honourable gentleman should really listen to business leaders like Sir Stuart Rose, who says, let's get this deal done, to the Bank of England governor, who says that this will be a boost to our economy, to the many business leaders who want an end to this uncertainty. And we can't simply keep debating the same issues in a House that has said no to everything and refused to say yes to anything.
This debate should be about restoring the independence of our country in accordance with the votes of the referendum. Given that in the implementation period the EU will have massive powers over us, is there something that the government can build into the draft legislation to give us reassurance that they will not abuse those very excessive powers?
So, yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to give that reassurance to my right honourable friend, and that is something that we can commit to do as we move forward. Of course, I give way to.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. He spoke earlier about there not being pointless delay, and I actually agree with him about that. This matter has got to be brought to a conclusion. But he must be aware that quite apart from approving in its generality, we also have a duty as a House to look at the detail of this deal in primary legislation. And the House is entitled in the course of that to pass amendments which, provided they don't undermine the treaty itself, are wholly legitimate. And the difficulty is that the impression the government is giving is that by insisting that the Benn Act be effectively subverted and removed, that it has other intentions of taking us out at such a gallop that proper scrutiny cannot take place. And I wish the government would just listen a little bit, because I think it would find there's much more common ground on this than it has ever been prepared to acknowledge, instead of which it continues to give the impression that it just wants to drive a coach and horses through the rights of this House to do proper scrutiny.
I've always had great respect for the legal acumen and the seriousness of my rightable and learned friend. But there is an inconsistency in his case when he talks of wanting to look at legislation in more detail, having supported the Ben Burt legislation that was passed in haste, when he supported the Cooper legislation that needed to be corrected by Lord Pannick and others in the House of Lords, because it would have had the effect of doing the opposite of what it intended, and forcing a Prime Minister to come back to this House after the EU Council had finished, and therefore making a no deal more likely rather than less. That Cooper legislation is a very good example of where my right honourable and learned friend did not look at legislation in detail, and indeed where it would have had a perverse consequence at odds with the arguments he put for supporting it at the time. And indeed, there is a further inconsistency, Mr. Speaker, in being a champion for Section 13, and then when the Prime Minister secures a new deal which he says he could not achieve, to then deny the right for his own Section 13 to be put to the House in a meaningful way, because he no longer wants it to apply on the same rules as it was when he passed it. I give way to the Honourable.
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend giving way. This deal has hardly lacked scrutiny, given the number of times it's been voted on and debated in this House, albeit we now have an altered deal. But can I just point out that the implementing legislation is simply that. It doesn't alter the substance of the agreement. It merely implements the agreement into domestic law. And we can do that very quickly and amend that bill after ratification of the agreement, if necessary, because it is only a piece of domestic implementing legislation. There is no case for delaying that legislation, and I'm going to vote for the deal today, if I get the chance.
Well, firstly, I welcome the support of my right honourable friend. And I think one issue that the Shadow Secretary and I would agree is that on these issues there has not been a lack of scrutiny, given the frequency with which we seem to debate these issues in the House. And of course, it's also worth reminding ourselves as to what the motion is addressing today. The motion is addressing the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration secured by my rightable friend, the Prime Minister. The mechanism to implement that the withdrawal agreement bill is still to be negotiated, is still to be debated. And indeed, even that only pertains to the winding down arrangements and not, as is often referenced in this House, the future trade deal which we want to get on to debate. And so it's a rather odd argument that the main issue, our relationship with Europe, is being thwarted because of a circular, endless debate on the same issue, when we need to support the debate today in order to unlock the withdrawal agreement bill on which we need to debate. Thank you,
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Isn't the simple fact of the matter that unless all those people who cry out for a deal have got to today support the deal which has been brought forward by the Prime Minister, it is a first step on many other opportunities that this House will have the opportunity to discuss this particular issue. But we really have got to move forward now to respect the referendum, which was endorsed 3.5 years ago.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. This is the first step. It's not the final step. The House will have further opportunities on which to debate these issues. And it is right. I give way to the honourable lady.
Does the
Secretary of State giving way to the right honourable lady. Yeah. Caroline Flint.
Does the right honourable gentleman agree with me that this is a panic measure by the right honourable member for Dorset West to secure his amendment today? It's because they had no idea or confidence that a deal would be before us today, which would allow us, those in this House who want to secure a deal so we could move on and leave the European Union by the 31st of October would happen. As a result, by today's measures, in voting for the amendment by the right honourable member for Dorset West, we will be forced, even if a deal is approved, to seek an extension to the 31st of January, underlying that the sponsors of the Benn Act had only one motivation, and that was to delay Brexit and stop it.
I very much agree with the right honourable lady in the points that she makes, and also the principle that she has shown and the consistency she has shown throughout this debate. And it is indeed an interesting snippet within the point that she raises that some of those voices on the media complaining this morning were complaining that there had been insufficient time between the deal on the 17th and the debate in the House today on the 19th. And yet this is the timescale the Benn legislation itself required of my right honourable friend in terms of bringing issues before the House. I give way to the honourable lady.
I thank the Secretary of State for very, very kindly giving way. He's used the word scrutiny on a number of occasions in his contribution so far, and yet he was on BBC News this morning confirming that there has been no economic analysis done on the deal on which is being presented to the House today. Now, members opposite might shake their heads, but how can we as a House be expected to vote on something so fundamental to the future of our country without it? How should we be expected to do so?
Well, I suspect an issue that the honourable lady and I could agree is there's no level of analysis that is probably going to change her vote and her mind. But indeed, as a former Treasury Minister, one of the things I'm always aware, and as I'm sure the Chancellor himself would recognise, is that it is indeed difficult to model a deal that was only done on Thursday, that can't anticipate what changes the new EU Commission under new leadership will make, which doesn't set out what changes the UK will make in response to that, and can't second-guess what changes happen in the wider world economy, which will clearly impact on such an economic model. I give way to the member, and then.
Can I thank the Minister for giving way? Minister, you represent North East Cambridgeshire, and you're a member of the Conservative and Unionist Party. I'm a member of the Democratic Unionist Party. Unionist in Strangford at this moment in time is a second-class citizen in comparison to a Unionist in North East Cambridgeshire. Can the Minister tell me how the Unionist people in Northern Ireland, those my children, my grandchildren, who and their birthright will be secondary to a Unionist across anywhere else in the United Kingdom? And does he not understand the angst and the fear and the annoyance that we have in Northern Ireland as Unionists, because we in this a deal that's been brought forward have been treated as second-class citizens, and our opinion, I see, means nothing.
Yeah, he's right.
I think, Mr. Speaker, an issue on which members across this House who have always seen the assiduous nature of the honourable gentleman, particularly at the German debates, will know that his constituents never get a second-class service from him. And in terms of the deal that the Prime Minister has negotiated, he has also tried to operate in the same spirit which I know he does, by ensuring that Northern Ireland remains part of the United Kingdom customs union, that it leaves whole and entire, and as a consequence, his constituents, like mine in North East Cambridgeshire, will benefit from the great trade deals that I know the Secretary of State for Trade intends to negotiate.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, to the Brexit Secretary for giving way. The aim of Amendment A is clear. The Emperor has no clothes. It is to stop us leaving the European Union at any cost. The ERG met this morning, and normally our meetings are private, but under the circumstances, Mr. Speaker, there were three things I thought I should share with the House. One, the officers overwhelmingly recommended backing the Prime Minister's deal. The ERG overwhelmingly recommended the same, and no member of the ERG spoke against it. Thirdly, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we agreed that if you vote for the deal, you vote for the bill. And if the deal is passed today, we will faithfully vote the bill through to the end so we can leave the European Union. You have our word.
Well, I am grateful to my honourable friend for his support. And this is, as someone who previously opposed the deals, a reflection on the fact that this is a deal for everyone, a deal for the 52, and a deal for the 48, a deal for Northern Ireland and a deal for Cambridgeshire. This is a deal that benefits the United Kingdom, in particular by enabling us to move forward and above all, to take back control of our fishery, on which point I'm sure the honourable member is about to intervene.
They gave it away.
I thank him for giving way. Obviously, Northern Ireland's getting preferential treatment, although it's not brought the DUP on board. Northern Ireland's getting special access to the single market. The government's promised more money to Northern Ireland, yet Scotland's get left high and dry. Can they confirm the Scottish Tory members did not ask for any concessions for Scotland, and they've got no concessions, and they're just lobby fodder for us government?
Well, I can very clearly tell the honourable gentleman what the Scottish Conservative MP secured, which is control of our fishing policy, something he and other members would give back to Brussels. But, Mr. Speaker, let me make some progress and then we'll take some further interventions. In contrast with the efforts of the Prime Minister, who was told a deal was impossible, told the backstop couldn't be changed, told a word of the withdrawal agreement could not be amended, the Leader of the Opposition appears to have rejected the deal before he's even read it. This is opposition who cannot see further than opposition for opposition's sake. The Shadow Brexit Secretary, the Right Honourable and Learned Member for Holborn and St Pancras, to be honest, will always, unlike the Leader, have read the detail. He has been in post throughout the 3 years, but during that time has used a wide range of arguments to support his case. He said in July 2018, "We respect the result of the referendum and recognise we are leaving the European Union." But he now says any outcome must be subject to a referendum and we will campaign for leave. He said Labour's concerns were never about the withdrawal agreement or the backstop. They were about the political declaration. That's what he put on Twitter on the 17th of October this year. And yet he used to stand in this debate and object to the withdrawal agreement because it had not changed. And indeed, in a third meaningful vote, which was purely on the withdrawal agreement and not the political declaration, he still objected to it. In 2018, he said Labour could not support a withdrawal agreement without, and I quote, a mechanism for universal exit. Exactly what my right honourable friend has secured with the vote of consent for the Northern Ireland Assembly. And yet now he says it no longer is about the withdrawal agreement, it is about the political declaration. And indeed, the Labour position throughout much of this debate has been to be a participant in the EU customs union. And yet, what we heard from a senior member of the Labour Party is that their real position is 100% Remain. Indeed, as one media report observed this week, during the cross-party talks, they even rejected a copy and paste, it was alleged, of their own proposal, which they described as unacceptable. There are some in government who have cautioned against listening to experts during this debate. But it is clear from the experts in business, the Bank of England Governor, of course everyone.
The Secretary of State and I were in the same room.
Midday here at Westminster. You're watching a BBC News special as MPs debate the government's Brexit deal. We'll be back with the Commons in just a moment, but we just want to let you know what has been happening on this historic day, potentially in Westminster. The opening of the debate today was at 9:30 this morning, and the Prime Minister laid out his case. But before he had the chance to speak, of course, the Speaker told the Commons which amendments to the government's motion he was going to bring. And he's bringing this Letwin amendment, the key Letwin proposal, which we will talk about in a few minutes, and a Peter Kyle amendment, which calls for a second referendum. We then heard Boris Johnson taking questions from the floor, a number of questions from all parties. It does seem as though the Prime Minister is getting some support. The ERG, the pro-Brexiteers, absolutely seem to be on board. It's not clear if all their members will back the government, but certainly it seems quite a majority of them will. Likewise, those Conservative MPs who were expelled over the Ban Act, again, some of them indicating support, although they are backing, some of them, the Letwin amendment. We have heard, though, from Alistair Burt within the last few minutes, a Conservative, saying that he will not back this Letwin amendment. So it's not totally clear what will happen on that. We've also heard from Dominic Grieve saying that the Prime Minister is trying to take us out on a gallop without proper scrutiny. But from Caroline Flint, the Labour pro-Brexit MP, saying that she thinks that the Benn Act was simply about trying to delay and stop Brexit altogether, and she wants to support the Prime Minister's deal, it seems. Well, opening today's debate, the Prime Minister told MPs that now was the time to get the deal done and that any delay beyond October the 31st would be corrosive. Appealing to MPs to back the deal, he said this agreement could bring together a politically divided UK.
And now is the time for this great House of Commons to come together and bring the country together today. As I believe people at home are hoping and expecting, with a new way forward and a new and better deal both for Britain and for our friends in the EU. And that is the advantage of the agreement that we have struck with our friends in the last 2 days. Because this deal allows the UK, whole and entire, to leave the EU on October the 31st, in accordance with the referendum, while simultaneously looking forward to a new partnership based on the closest ties of friendship and cooperation. And I pay tribute to our European friends for escaping the prison of existing positions and showing the vision to be flexible by reopening the withdrawal agreement.
Well, in response to Mr Johnson, the Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn said MPs could not vote for this deal, which was worse than the deal they had voted against already, Theresa May's deal, of course, 3 times.
He has renegotiated the withdrawal agreement and made it even worse. He's renegotiated the political declaration and made that even worse. We're having a debate today on a text for which there is no economic impact assessment and no accompanying legal advice. This government has sought to avoid scrutiny throughout the process and yesterday evening made empty promises on workers' rights and the environment. The same government that spent the last few weeks negotiating in secret to remove from the withdrawal agreement legally binding commitments on workers' rights and the environment. This government cannot be trusted, and these benches will not be duped.
Jeremy Corbyn there. Well, of course, today was billed as, in a way, a do-or-die moment, a moment for the House of Commons to decide whether or not to back Boris Johnson's deal. But it is now not clear whether that vote is going to happen, because the Commons Speaker, John Bercow, has chosen to put forward a very significant and controversial amendment to the deal. He's allowed that amendment to be put forward. It was proposed by Oliver Letwin and it will be voted on later by MPs. If it's passed, it will require the Prime Minister to write to the EU by the end of today to ask for a 3-month extension to Brexit. Let's have a closer look at that amendment, which has now been tabled by the former Conservative MP, Sir Oliver Letwin, who sits as an independent. Well, MPs will vote on whether to withhold parliamentary support for the Brexit deal unless and until legislation implementing the agreement in UK law is passed by MPs. Now, if this is passed, it will force the Prime Minister to seek a further delay to Brexit beyond the 31st of October deadline, and that is under the terms of the Benn Act, which was passed last month. Our assistant political editor, Norman Smith, is in the Houses of Parliament. Norman, it's very complex, but what is your assessment, first of all, as to whether we're going to get this crunch vote today?
Well, we seem to have moved from Super Saturday to so what next Saturday? And really, I don't think anyone knows. Interesting twist, though, in the last half an hour or so. You wonder whether the Letwin Amendment is actually going to get the numbers. Because we heard from Alistair Burt, who's been one of the Tory rebels, very critical of Boris Johnson, saying no, he couldn't back the Letwin Amendment. We've heard too from Caroline Flint, Labour MP, also attacking the Letwin Amendment and the Benn bill, so presumably she won't vote for it either. It opens up the possibility that if the Letwin Amendment doesn't get through, then Boris Johnson, it's game on for his big vote on his deal. And I suspect he will feel if he can see off the Letwin Amendment, maybe he can get his deal across the line. If he doesn't, then we're told he'll send MPs home. He'll simply pull the vote. There won't be a meaningful vote today. Everyone will come back on Tuesday, we're told, for another crack at this. What are we to make of it all? Well, I'm joined by Labour's John Healey. Now, Labour is going to back the Letwin Amendment. Why?
Because it puts beyond doubt the prevention that needs to be in place for Britain crashing out with no deal. And of course, it also allows Parliament to do its proper job on behalf of the public, which is to scrutinise the legislation that, if Boris Johnson does get a vote on his deal today, must come with it in order for Britain to Brexit.
If, however, it gets carried, Boris Johnson will have to write a letter. But what certainty do you have that Europe will actually agree to it? Because we obviously heard from Jean-Claude Juncker, President Macron, Prime Minister Johnson saying there's no appetite in Europe for further delay.
Well, we're into the realm of speculation there, and the substance of today is really at the heart of the judgments everyone will take. And the judgments today are about the Boris Johnson deal, a bad deal, worse than Theresa May's deal, selling out British jobs and businesses and rights, and obviously starting the, if you like, the race to the bottom, where Boris Johnson wants to see Britain in the future competing by undercutting Europe on consumer standards, on environmental safety and on product safety as well.
What do you say to those MPs like Caroline Flint, who clearly feel that the package Boris Johnson came up with overnight is sufficient, and Boris Johnson's assurance in the Commons that the NHS will not be on the negotiating table, that there will be no lowering of standards? That clearly has convinced a number of Labour MPs.
Well, any promises in a press statement about not lowering standards are confounded completely by the changes he's made to the withdrawal agreement and political declaration. He may well say that the NHS will not be on the table in any trade negotiations with Trump, but the fact is the Tory legislation in place since 2012 opens up our NHS to competition and to further privatisations, which we've seen, and a trade deal with the US will put rocket boosters under that. No, I think to Caroline Flint, to Labour MPs, look at the hard substance of this deal. It's bad for British rights, it's bad for British jobs. In areas like ours, it will mean for steelmakers immediate tariffs and quotas for selling into our major markets in the European Union. So I think this is the substance that's at stake this afternoon. And you started by saying, look, there may or may not be a vote in the end. You know, Boris Johnson's said he wants to get Brexit done by the end of the month. He may not even get his job done and a vote today. And that's a combination of his closest allies, the DUP, don't like the deal. His closest colleagues, Philip Hammond, Oliver Letwin, don't trust him. And it's the people like that who know him best who trust him least.
But this is a huge parliamentary moment. If Labour MPs help Boris Johnson to get this over the line, what should happen to them?
Well, that'll be a matter for the Chief Whip. But at every stage in this, we've accepted that there are different views on Brexit in the Labour Party, just as there are in the country. And I'm confident that the large majority of Labour MPs, as we have in the past, will vote together, will take a hard look at Boris Johnson's deal and his weak explanation of it this afternoon, and will vote it down.
How will Labour vote on the confirmatory referendum amendment, which is also being put down? Will you back that?
I think we can be pretty clear that that won't come to a vote today. There's never been sufficient support in Parliament to see a second referendum, but on the technicality of the way the House of Commons works today, that's on a motion that the government certainly will not move.
But we know John McDonnell is addressing the massive People's Vote demonstration. Last time they were here, they were shouting, "Where's Jeremy Corbyn?" Now that the sort of second most powerful man, maybe the most powerful man in the Labour Party, is addressing the People's Vote, isn't it clear Labour is moving to become a pro-referendum party?
The People's Vote that we want, and that has always been our preference, is a general election. And once the real risk of Boris Johnson crashing Britain out with no deal at the end of October is removed, that clears the way for a general election, and people will then have the chance to pass judgment on 3 years of Tory Brexit chaos and 10 years of failure on every other front, from the NHS in all year round crisis to food banks to lower real wages, and of course what I lead for on Labour, with the housing crisis that people face as well.
John Healey, thanks very much for your time. I think the honest answer is every which way you look, it is incredibly nip and tuck and tight, and the sort of early morning assumption that Oliver Letwin probably did have the numbers now looking a lot more doubtful.
OK, Norman, thanks very much indeed. We're going to go back live now to the House of Commons, because we've heard from the Prime Minister and from Jeremy Corbyn. Now the debate is being led by the Brexit Secretary Stephen Barclay and his shadow Keir Starmer, who's just got to his feet.
Mr. Speaker, my dad was a tool maker. He worked in a factory all his life in manufacturing, and we lived through those doldrums. We lived through those doldrums. And that's why when I go to a factory or plant now, I am proud for myself and my father when I see manufacturing on the just-in-time process, the revival that's gone on in parts of manufacturing. And go to any of those plants, those manufacturing plants, and management and unions speak with one voice. Don't take us out of the customs union. This deal does just that. I will in just a minute. And it will do huge damage to manufacturing. I will in just a minute. And what of services? Nothing in this deal is different from the deal of the previous Prime Minister. The weakest of weak deals for services. That's 80% of our economy. So it's clear what this deal does. It rips up our close trading relationship with the EU, and the price will be paid in damage to our economy and in job losses. And anyone doubting this should look at the words stripped out from the deal put forward by the previous Prime Minister. Put the text side by side and ask some difficult questions. Paragraph 19
used to read this: the parties envisage having a trading relationship on goods that is as close as possible with a view to facilitating the ease of legitimate trade. Those words, as close as possible, have been stripped out. Why? Now it's said we want as close as possible. Now it's said there are all sorts of assurances. But between the text as it was under the previous Prime Minister and the text before us today, the words that we want a trading relationship on goods that's as close as possible, those words have been taken out, and that's not an accident. I will give way.
Thank you for giving way. At the heart of this is a question of destination, not an abstract of moving on today, but the impact of a deal on everyday life in towns like mine. So stop selling the sell-out deal to us as if this is the decision today. For all the talk of a deal of Norway plus, of Canada plus, the government presents us with Britain minus protections, minus opportunities, minus prospects. If you're confident in the deal, the government should put it to a final say. Now the deal is through the gate, and people that know more than we did have a say as to whether or not this is what they want. Does my honourable friend agree that a final say is the only way through this mess?
I do agree, but I really want to press this point because, as I say, this isn't just about getting a deal over the line. That's not the end of it. It's what we're getting over the line and what it means for our country. And I invite the Secretary of State to intervene on me. Why were the words "as close as possible" taken out of the text? If the aspiration of the government is to be as close as possible, why take the words out? Nothing. I'll give way in just a moment. Again, going through that exercise of laying the two texts aside alongside each other, the words about alignment are all but gone. A deliberate decision has been taken to take out the aspiration of as close as possible trading relationship, and a deliberate decision has been taken to take out all the words about alignment. That is not an accident. That is not a typo. That is a deeply political decision that tells you everything about the direction of travel under this deal. I give way.
My right honourable learned friend for giving way. And doesn't that go precisely to the heart of why those of us on this side will not be able to vote for this deal? Because we are hearing from our colleagues in the trade union movement who represent millions of workers, including those who work in manufacturing, and they are saying that this deal will be damaging for the future of jobs and livelihoods. And how can we trust the Tories on workers' rights when through the whole time that I was a trade union officer and the time that I have been a member of Parliament, this government have reduced working people's rights?
I'm grateful for that intervention. I'll make one more point and then I will give way. I'll just make one more point and then I'll give way, if you don't mind, because I just want to reinforce this and then I'll pause. Because not only is the aspiration for as close as possible taken out, references to alignment taken out, the new text, of course, removes the backstop as the basis of the future relationship. So not the backstop in its own right, but as the basis for the future relationship. And that's very important, because it means that the starting point for the next stage is a baseline FTA with no safety net for workplace rights, consumer rights and environmental standards. They've gone from the binding legal withdrawal agreement altogether. They're found, and I'll come back to them, in the political declaration. So they're out of the binding and into the political direction. I said I'd give way. No, I'll give way.
Very grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way. Whilst we listen to his confession entitled "Why I Wish I Voted for the Previous Deal," could he just share with the House what his actual fact, his honest assessment is that unless a deal said we will remain within the European Union and there will be no changes, he will find false tests and artificially high hurdles in order to preclude him voting for anything, which does not mean we ignore the referendum result.
That's just nonsense. Let me just answer it directly. I have stood at this dispatch box and pressed amendments on the customs union time and time and time again. And members on that side have voted against it. We have put forward a basis of a deal and we voted for it on this side of the House. So that intervention is just nonsense. So, I will, in just a minute, I will make some progress and then I will give way on both sides. It's obvious where this ends. It either ends with an FTA which significantly weakens rights, standards and protections, or it ends in no deal and WTO terms at the end of the transition. I said I'll give way here, and I will give way across.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for focusing attention on manufacturing. Does he believe, is his assessment, that this deal would lead to new rules of origin checks and other red tape on UK manufacturers exporting to the EU?
Yes, and anybody who's read the text knows it, because it's absolutely clear there will have to be those checks. And let me make one broader point that was made to me by manufacturers themselves. So this is not me speaking, it's what they have said to me. I won't name the company, one of our major motor manufacturers said to me, we don't think we would ever be able to take advantage of any new trade agreement because we could never prove that 50% of our components come from the UK. And that's one of the rules. And that was their concern to me. They didn't... I'll make this point because it's a really powerful point. And if people have not grasped this, then they don't know what they're voting for. They said to me, our components come from across the EU, and at the moment, we can show that 50% of them satisfy the rule to take advantage of the trade agreements that the EU has struck. Their position is they could never satisfy that requirement if the area is shrunk to the UK, and therefore their point to me was not that they're against new trade agreements, businesses aren't, but they said they will not be able to take advantage of them. That's what they said to me. I said I'd give way and I will.
Very grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way. The thing that puzzles me is I hear him setting out strong objections to the strategy this government has pursued, and yet had the Labour Party agreed to hold a general election when it was first mooted, that election would be over by now, and if they'd persuaded the country, there would currently be a Labour Prime Minister at the dispatch box. So what is it about the Labour Party's position that they're not willing to put it to the country?
I think I said this in the debate last week, but I'll say it again. I'm not going to vote for a general election until I know no deal is off the table and we've got an extension. It's as simple as that. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. I have really agonised this week over whether to support this deal, and it's been profoundly difficult.
Steady on.
But does he share my concern with regard to Northern Ireland, that by disturbing the careful balance within the Good Friday Agreement between the two communities, we run the risk of inflaming unionist opinion in potentially a very dangerous way, just in a sense as the Honourable Member for Strangford made clear in his intervention?
I am concerned about the position in Northern Ireland, and the Secretary of State quoted me on this earlier. It's true that I and the Labour Party had reservations about the backstop. I'm not sure there are many people who didn't have reservations about the backstop. But on analysis, we thought it was right for Northern Ireland, and therefore we focused our attention on the political declaration. I criticised it. I said what I thought was wrong with it. I was critical, for example, of the fact that it didn't hardwire dynamic alignment of workplace rights. But ultimately, we thought that upholding the Good Friday Agreement was more important and more significant. And I will also say this, because, again, it's very important to read the small print. Whilst it is true that the current deal says that Northern Ireland remains, as it were, in the UK's customs territory, it goes on to explain that for goods going into Northern Ireland, the only ones that escape going effectively into the EU's customs unions are those that there are no risk of going beyond Northern Ireland and are not going into manufacturing. And so the volume of goods that cross the border that truly are treated as if Northern Ireland is in the customs union is only that small category, and the burden is on the person who's exporting to prove that. And you explain to me, I'm sorry, Secretary of State or anybody explain to me how that operates without very careful and extensive checks. Now, I'm going to make some progress and then I will give way again. I will give way because I promised before.
I thank the Right Honourable Learned Gentleman for giving way. He's making a very powerful speech, and he's making a very good point about the backstop, because it was indeed a backstop. It was there in the last event, as it were. Would he agree with me that this is a new agreement, and especially in relation to Northern Ireland? This isn't a backstop. This is their future. It's essentially in perpetuity. And the careful analysis which he's now providing to the House, and you can see honourable and right honourable members understanding and listening, is the danger of us, frankly, being bounced into a decision today with terrible consequences for our union and our country.
I'm grateful for that intervention, and I agree, and it's a point I'll develop in one moment. I will take one further intervention first.
Thanks. I'm very grateful to the honourable member for giving way. The former Prime Minister used to say that no deal is better than a bad deal. Does he share my concern that the current Prime Minister just let slip that this deal heroically manages to be both? In other words, it's both a bad deal, but with a backdoor to a no deal if there's no transition agreed, if there's no extension to that transition agreed at the end of next year.
I do agree with that, and it's a point I will develop. And in recognition to the previous Prime Minister, although she said that, I always felt that she had a profound sense of public duty and properly recognised the real risks of no deal and ultimately would not have taken us there. I do not have that level of trust in the current Prime Minister. I will give way. I'll give way twice.
My right honourable learned friend for giving way. Could he just explore further this issue of customs checks? If a lorry leaves Dumfries for Northern Ireland or leaves North Wales for Northern Ireland and its ultimate destination is the Republic of Ireland, where and when will those customs checks take place?
See, there have to be checks. There have to be checks, and they have to be done at the border between England, Scotland and Wales or Northern Ireland. And there's no getting away from that. This argument the Prime Minister earlier tried to deploy, that he's not putting a border in the Irish Sea, is just wrong. It is absolutely wrong. Any goods that don't fall within that restricted category of being proven that they're not going any further than Northern Ireland and that they're not going into manufacturing are going to be subject to checks, because that is the test written into the deal. I'll give way once more, and then I'm going to make some progress.
I thank my right honourable and learned friend for giving way. Ultimately, the bottom line is, what is the future of people's livelihoods? Never mind what your emotional passions are about being in the European Union or not. What are the implications for workers and their jobs? Ford left Bridgend, 1,700 jobs, 12,000 jobs across the South Wales economy, because they were worried about a no-deal Brexit. I have looked at this bill, and there is a real risk that this is the end of just-in-time manufacturing in the whole of the UK. Does my right honourable friend agree?
I do agree, and I am deeply concerned, because, as I say, I am proud of the manufacturing base that we have got and the revival it's gone through. I'm going to make some progress. I've taken a lot of I will take some more later on. I'm going to make some progress. Mr. Speaker, because it's very important that we work through not just the technicalities, but also where this leads us politically, because this is about the direction of travel for our country. If we go to a bare FTA, and that's what it would mean, the government's own estimates show that's a loss of about 6.7% growth in GDP over 15 years. And every region and nation will be poorer for it. The Prime Minister's letter to President Tusk of the 19th of August made it clear that from the government's point of view, from his point of view, the point of our exit is to allow the UK to diverge from the rights and standards of the EU. And let's nail this one. You don't need that if you want to go up and have better standards. You don't have to break the rule to bring in better standards. You can do that under the existing rule. So anybody who wants to change the rule is not doing it to have the freedom to bring in better standards, because you don't need to change the rule for that. The only reason you need to diverge is if you want to go down. I will take some interventions. I will finish this point and then I will take intervention. I will in a moment. I'm just going to finish this point of it. And that's why, on this question of divergence, it's very important to focus on the level playing field protections, because, as I say, they're out of what was legally binding into the political declaration and only apply in full until the end of the transition period, 2020. And it's obvious where the government is going. They want a licence to deregulate and to diverge. And I know they will disavow that. And I know they want the deal through. And they will say never. Of course not. But it's obvious where it leads, because once you've diverged, once you've moved out of alignment with the EU, trade becomes more difficult. I will just finish the point. Trade becomes more difficult, and the EU is not seen any longer as our priority in trade, and the gaze goes elsewhere to make up. I'll finish this point, if I may. I will finish this point. Because once you've moved out of alignment, you don't move back. And the further you move out, the less easy it is to trade with the EU 27. And once you've done that, you've broken the economic model we've been operating for decades. And once you've done that, you look elsewhere. And once you've done that, you look across to the United States. I will finish this point, and then I'll give way. The gaze goes across to the US, and that's a different economic model. It's not just another country, it's a different economic model, a deregulated model. In the US, 10 days is the holiday entitlement. Many, many contracts at work are called contracts at will. Hugely powerful corporate bodies have far more power than the workforce. So this is a political direction of travel, not a technical decision on the EU that takes us to a different economic model, one of deregulation, one of low standards, one where the balance between the workforce and corporate bodies gets far worse than it is now. I'll give way.
My honourable friend for giving way, would he agree that what this is a project, an ideology for the right and by the hard right? That's what we're looking at. That's right. And this does not get Brexit done. What we should be doing now is looking forward for the future of our children. Isn't it right that only by putting this back to the people and listening to all those people, the hundreds and thousands who are marching out there today, listening to those young people and giving them a say on their future?
I agree with the tenor of what was said. I will give way.
He talks about workers' rights. The EU entitlement for holiday pay is 4 weeks. In the UK, it's 5.6 weeks. If we wanted to reduce that entitlement and to reduce standards, why would we have done that already?
Because Parliament. Because that is something that the Labour Party opposition parties would never countenance, and I don't think the government would countenance. But the point is a very...
Order! Mr. Hughes, you are a most eccentric denizen of the House. The Shadow Secretary of State for Brexit is not conducting a private conversation with you. Calm yourself. Sir Keir Starmer.
Thank you. I'll give way.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend because the Conservative Party has luxuriated in telling us that the Ben Act undermined our negotiations by forcing them into no deal, just preventing no deal from being on the table if we left on the 31st of October. But the Prime Minister, in his own words, has said he's negotiated a great deal with that restriction in place. So what possible argument can they have for not agreeing that we cannot leave at the end of the next phase of negotiations with no deal at the end of 2020? Why would they not accept that restriction, given that they negotiated what the Prime Minister calls a great deal?
Well, I'm grateful for that, and I've never accepted the proposition that by ensuring the country against no deal, that undermines the negotiations. And I remind the House that in the negotiating window that ended on the 29th of March, at no point in that 2 years did this House take no deal off the table. Therefore, the entire negotiations were carried out with the risk of no deal. The previous Prime Minister brought back a deal, and half her own side wouldn't vote for it. I will give way.
I'm obviously very grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and he's been very generous with his interventions. But can I just take him back to the very philosophical and logical argument that he is now trying to make? It seems to me that from the dispatch box on that side, the argument is that they have to have the European Union to protect them on workers' rights because there is almost likely to be a permanent Conservative government that will threaten those workers' rights. Where does that exist, that the Labour Party doesn't have the courage to say they would fight an election and they would make the case for stronger workers' rights and win that election, in which case that's democracy in action rather than somebody else protecting it?
Well, of course we would. But the point is this. The point is this, and it is not being answered by any of these interventions. Since the current rule allows you to have higher standards, why do you write into the deal you want to diverge?
My honourable friend for giving way. When we were in government, the Labour government did legislate to go beyond European minima many times, including granting 6 million workers an extra 8 days paid leave. The point is, much of the time we were doing that, it was being vociferously opposed, and particularly by the Prime Minister, who built his journalistic career on attacking these kinds of measures. Exactly. The point he is making is correct, is that this is not just about the legislation that we pass here. It is about the common rule book that gives us market access across the European Union. And the Prime Minister cannot promise a deregulatory future to the ERG and a regulatory future to the Labour Party.
Well, I'm grateful for that intervention, which very carefully and ably makes the point. I'm going to make some progress. I have given away many, many times, because I'm just going to make some progress, then I will give way again. I have given way a number of times. So, of the two possible outcomes, one is this deregulated free trade agreement, which in the end, whatever people say, will drive us away from the European economic model towards a different economic model. And we will look back on this as a turning point in our history of much greater significance than whether this deal technically gets over the line tonight. But the other possible outcome is this, and I do want to address it, and it's been put to me in interventions. It's that there's no deal at the end of the transition period. And this has to be significantly addressed, because I know some colleagues are tempted to vote for the deal because they believe it prevents or removes the possibility of crashing out on WTO terms. It does not. Under the previous deal, if the future relationship was not ready by the end of transition, the backstop kicked in. that prevented WTO terms. That's gone. This is a trapdoor to no deal. And I will quote the Honourable Member for Basildon and Billericay, and I hope I get it accurately, and if I don't, he'll correct me. But as I understood what he said, and I've got it in quotes, the reason I'm inclined to vote for this deal is very simple. If trade talks are not successful, then we could leave on no-deal terms. And that's stark. It's stark. Oh, I will, yes, I said I would.
He is right with the quote, but what he has done has been... He has been very selective and taken it out of context, but because had he continued, I then made the point that it is commercial reality that by leaving no deal on the table in any negotiations, it actually makes more likely a good and fair trade deal. And that is something I and the vast majority of colleagues in this place actually want. We want an FTA agreed with the EU by December 2020, and my firm belief is, and I'm not alone here, is that by actually scrapping the backstop, the previous one, we stand more chance of achieving it.
The honourable gentleman to put his full quote in the library for the delectation of colleagues. Sir Keir Starmer.
Well, I am genuinely grateful, and that's why I wanted to take the intervention. But the fact remains that he's right when he says if the trade deals are not successful, then we could leave on no-deal terms. And let's just explore, Mr. Speaker, before we rush into the lobbies, what that actually means. Because the decision on extending transition under this deal needs to be taken by the end of July next year. That's 8 months away. It's very hard to see how any government could negotiate a completed future relationship within such a short time frame, and particularly one which wants to diverge. The Prime Minister brushed this away earlier by saying, well, we're aligned. Well, that's true. And if you wanted to stay aligned, you could probably do a trade deal a lot more quickly. But this Prime Minister and this government wants to diverge. And so the idea that this does not lead to a no-deal Brexit is wrong, and nobody should vote for this deal on the basis that it is the way to ensure that we don't leave at the end of 2020 on WTO terms. I'm going to make a little bit more progress, then I will give way. Now, today, the Prime Minister dangles prospects of workers' rights and indicates amendments he might be inclined to take down the line. Promises, promises. And I know these are really important issues for men. I will make this point and then I'll give way. I know how important these issues are to many members on this side, particularly the question of workplace rights, environmental rights and consumer standards. I remind all members of this House that not a single trade union supports this deal. And I urge everyone in the House to reflect on the likelihood of this Prime Minister keeping his promises. This has been made, this is a point that's been made, but I'm going to make it again. Last November, the now Prime Minister told the DUP conference in terms regulatory checks and even customs controls between Great Britain and Northern Ireland would be damaging to the fabric of the Union. And he went on to say no British Conservative government could or should sign up to any such arrangement. His words. What does this deal do? It puts checks and controls between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. It creates a customs border in the Irish Sea. It does precisely what the Prime Minister told the DUP last November he would not do. Typical of this Prime Minister. So those that are considering today putting their trust in this Prime Minister need to reflect on how he's treated his supply and confidence partners. Promise, then burn. And I ask how anybody could trust any promise he is now making. I do give way.
My honourable friend for giving way. This deal not only rules out the customs union, it also rules out a single market relationship. which affects service sector jobs alongside the manufacturing jobs. And as he said, it is a bonfire. It's going to be a bonfire on labour standards and environmental standards. Does he agree with me that this is a Trojan horse for no-deal Brexit? And that is why, on this side of the House, our colleagues must vote it down, and others who believe in the national interest must vote it down.
I agree completely. I said I'd give way here, and I will, and then I'll give way behind me. Yeah.
Grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He will have heard the Prime Minister make a commitment to me and to this House that he would legislate, if necessary, to ensure that workers' rights in this country could not be inferior from those in the European Union. So to his question of trust and confidence, if such legislation were pursued in parallel with the Withdrawal Agreement Bill, or in the Withdrawal Agreement Bill, so that the two could be decided together, surely that would give the Right Honourable Gentleman the confidence that he requires.
I'm grateful for that intervention. And the point is this. For a Prime Minister who said no British Conservative government could or should sign up to any such arrangement to now go and sign up to it, it's exactly why we shouldn't trust it. It's why we should support Amendment A. Let me just, it's a very important intervention, and I take it seriously. That is why Amendment A is so important, because that gives this House the opportunity to know what precisely the commitment is and what words are going to go into the legislation. What I'm not prepared to do, I'm afraid, and what I think the vast majority on this side of the House are not prepared to do, is take the Prime Minister's word. There is more than enough evidence that his word doesn't mean anything and cannot be trusted. I said I'd give way here. Yeah.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I was one of those that worked in industry in Coventry during the period of the Thatcher government, and as my honourable friend will know, like his father, we've seen thousands of jobs every week lost in the motor car industry. Now, big companies like Jaguar Land Rover and company are very, very worried about the future of the industry, bearing in mind about certain things to prove, and if they don't prove it, they'll have to pay tariffs on that, and that can affect jobs and so forth. Now, the last point I'd want to make is, if anybody knows why we're suspicious about any government in relation to trade union rights, you've only got to look at this government under the previous Prime Minister's trade union bill, and you'll see what exactly they've got in mind.
Well, I am grateful for that intervention. It just reinforces the point that manufacturing, having been on its knees, and now having revived, at least in part in the way it has, why anybody, whichever way they voted, would want to take an axe to it, I will never understand. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make some progress, then I'll give way again. I've mentioned, I'm just going to make some, I've given way so much, I will give way again. I do just need to make some progress so that others can get in. I want to turn briefly to Amendment A, in the name of the Right Honourable Member for West Dorset. And I want to thank him and his colleagues across the House for the cross-party work they've done in recent months, and this amendment is in that spirit. It's genuinely cross-party. It makes clear that this House will not be bounced into supporting what is a very bad deal without a proper chance to scrutinise it. It would allow the House to make sure the legal text is acceptable, and to provide time to seek changes through the passage of the implementing legislation. And it would ensure that the Benn Act can be applied. And can I say this? It doesn't cause delay, because that exercise is going to have to be gone through anyway. So it's not to vote to delay, it's a vote to get on with looking at the next stage, a stage which is going to have to look at. What it does provide is an insurance policy against signing up to a deal that isn't what it seems, with the risk of a no-deal Brexit to boot. Mr. Speaker, the deal before this House is a thoroughly bad deal, a bad deal for jobs, rights and living standards, a bad deal for the future direction of the country. It will put us on a path to an entirely different economy and society, one of deregulation and divergence. It will end either in a bare-bones free trade agreement or no deal in 8 months. It stands against everything the labour and trade movement stands for,
Order, we don't need people in a rather juvenile fashion calling out behind you. The Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman will give way if and when he wants to give way, as was true of the Secretary of State, and notwithstanding the notably generous-spirited instincts of the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Member for Surrey Heath, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, I'm not aware that the Shadow Brexit Secretary has asked the Right Honourable Gentleman to be his mentor. Sir Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, if we pass this deal today, it will be a long way back for the communities we represent, and I urge all members to reject it.
Thank you. To move Amendment A, I call the Right Honourable Gentleman, Member for West Dorset, Sir Oliver Letwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the amendment which is in my name and that of many other honourable and right honourable members. I don't need to detain the House for long. The purpose of the amendment, as has been said in several interventions and speeches, is to keep in place the insurance policy provided by the Benn Act, which prevents us from crashing out automatically if there is no deal in place by the 31st of October. When the Prime Minister brings his implementing legislation to this House next week, I will vote for it. But we all know that the votes on that legislation throughout its passage will be tight. The Prime Minister has a strategy. I fully accept that, and I accept that it is rational in its own terms. It is that he wants to be able to say to any waverers, it's my deal or no deal, vote for the implementing legislation, or we crash out. Now, I understand that strategy, but we can't be sure that such a threat from the Prime Minister would work. And I won't, if you'll forgive me, because I'm going to be so brief that I won't take any interventions. We can't be sure that such a threat from the Prime Minister would work, and I, despite my support for the Prime Minister's deal, do not believe that it's responsible to put the nation at risk by making that threat. So I'm moving this amendment, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that whichever way any future votes may go, today or next week or the week after, we can be secure in the knowledge that the UK will have requested an extension tonight, which, if granted, can be used if and to the extent necessary, and only the extent necessary, to prevent a no-deal exit.
The question is that Amendment A be made, and I'm grateful to the Right Honourable and Right Honourable Gentleman for moving his amendment. We come now to Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a considerable pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for West Dorset. Let me commend him for his amendment and for his contribution this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, an equal partner within the Union, a nation within the European Union. The broken promises of 2014 from this government and the Better Together campaign could not be more stark than they are today. Scotland has been totally and utterly shafted by this Prime Minister and this Tory government. Scotland is the only part of the United Kingdom where our democratic rights are not being respected. England voted leave, Wales voted leave, and Northern Ireland gets to remain in the EU single market and customs union, a special arrangement to protect its interest in people. But Scotland has been ignored. Scotland has been dragged out of the European Union against its will. Mr. Speaker, 62% of Scotland voted to remain. Yet this Tory government and this Brexit fanatic Prime Minister has ignored Scotland's wishes and the interest by bringing forward a deal that will weaken our economy. Mr. Speaker, the Scottish National Party categorically reject this appalling Brexit deal, and we will vote it down today. Not only would this deal be devastating for Scotland, dragging us out of the European Union, the single market and the customs union, against our will. It is clear that a right-wing Brexiteer have been assured by senior Tory government ministers that backing this deal could lead to a no-deal crash-out if trade talks fail next year. Mr. Speaker, anyone tempted to vote for this deal today needs to be warned that this is a blank cheque to the Vote Leave campaign, who are now running the Tory government to crash all of us out of the European Union on a no-deal basis at the end of transition next year. The Prime Minister's deal isn't a deal at all. It's the gateway to a no-deal Brexit, taking us off the cliff edge, not at the end of October, but at the end of 2020. Let me be clear. Any Brexit would have disastrous implications for Scotland's economy.
They don't care.
Mr. I'll be here.
Would you agree with me that whilst agreeing with the member for Dorset's amendment and his idea that we'll stop no deal, what we have in front of us is no guarantee from the Prime Minister that he will avoid crashing out after the transition period, in the knowledge that any deals that we know of take longer than a year to put together? So isn't this really a death row deal? We've got a year and we'll be crashing out, and it's our duty to vote against it.
I'm most grateful because the Prime Minister was given the opportunity to rule that out. The Secretary of State was given the opportunity to rule that out, and neither did. And I would say to colleagues right across this House, take note of that. Take note, anyone that's tempted to vote for this deal today, because there is a very real risk that a no-deal Brexit takes place by the back door. Mr. Speaker, I will make some progress. I know that many colleagues wish to speak. The viability of our economic future would be brought into question because of the damage it would do to investment, to population growth and our key exports. All Brexit assessments show that the United Kingdom and that Scotland will be poorer no matter how we leave the European Union.
Correct.
And if those on government benches disagree, why have they not done an economic impact assessment on their deal? How are members of Parliament supposed to debate and decide on the details of this deal when the government hasn't provided a detailed analysis? It absolutely beggars belief that something so fundamental to all our citizens' futures, and yet there is no economic impact assessment.
Thank the honourable gentleman, right honourable gentleman, for giving way, and he does appreciate that we come from this from very different perspectives. However, today I do believe we should be united on this issue. This is not a good deal for Northern Ireland. I would plead with him not to try and suggest that what would be a bad deal for Northern Ireland should then be a good deal for the people of Scotland. If what was being applied today to the people of Scotland, I would be voting against it for his sake and for his people's sake, and that's why I'm encouraging him to vote against it for our sake.
Well, we will certainly vote against it because I don't believe this is a good deal, period. But, Mr. Speaker, how did the Prime Minister even signal up to a deal without understanding the impact on the economy? What a dereliction of duty. Mr. Speaker, the truth is, because the Prime Minister isn't concerned with the economy, the Prime Minister isn't concerned with the facts. The Brexiteers don't care about facts during the referendum campaign, and it looks as if they're doing the same now. The truth must hurt, because, Mr. Speaker, the truth is this. Every version of Brexit is going to leave us worse.
Correct.
It would continue to damage our relationship with the European Union, but doesn't grant us much scope to develop relations with other countries. It is also clear that the heightened economic uncertainty has been forecast to reduce business investment by £1 billion in 2019, damaging our economy and leaving Scotland poorer.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I'm mindful of words. What a fool I was, only a puppet, and so was Ulster and so was Ireland in the political game that was to get the Conservative Party into power. Now, while the DUP may be choking in the words of Carson, I am sure that he, as a member and a leader of our political party, will remind the government that Scotland will not be duped a second time.
My honourable friend is correct. And you know what I say to the Conservatives and those that are here for now from Scotland, that if this deal goes through, if this has the impact on Scotland and creates a competitive disadvantage, then it's increasingly clear, and we can see it from the messages that are coming from us, even today, from people that voted no in our referendum in 2014. They're making it very clear that they want Scotland's right to choose. And I make this guarantee to you, Mr. Speaker, that Scotland will become an independent nation, and an independent nation in short order.
People to him for giving way. I think the House is faced with an impossible choice. This is like being asked to buy a house just based on the estate agent details designed to sell it, with no chance to look inside it or see any kind of contract on it. We spend about 2 months scrutinising and debating the finance bill, and that is just for a one-year budget for Britain. Isn't it absolutely ridiculous that we can't even see the bill, let alone the economic impact, before we're allowed to take a decision?
Absolutely, and heaven knows what the term of the mortgage might be. Let me make it clear, I certainly wouldn't be buying any house from this Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Brexit in any form will damage the branding, reputation and standing of Scottish produce. Our civil society, its regulatory alignment to key markets, its commercial and political relationships abroad, and even recognition of skills and qualifications. Scotland relies on the skills and labour that the EU offers for its economic growth. Brexit will only serve to weaken our access to a vital labour market, and considering that Scotland's native population is declining, we need more migration to our country, not less.
To the right honourable gentleman for finally giving way, but what he is not telling the House is that every major business group in Scotland is encouraging this House to support this deal today. Chambers of Commerce, the CBI, the Federation of Small Businesses, the NFUS, the Scottish Fishermen's Federation, all of them pleading with us to bring uncertainty to an end and to vote for this deal. Don't listen to the SNP, they are not Scotland.
We're grateful to the Honourable Gentleman Member for Stirling. I remind the House that interventions must be brief and we need to expedite progress. Subtle hint. Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it is illuminating to hear such voices in this House, because I'm afraid the harsh reality is that many business organisations, many industry organisations in Scotland see the impact, and not just in Scotland, throughout the UK. The British Chamber of Commerce, the National Farmers Union, the Food and Beverage Association, the Timber Trade Federation have all talked about the negative impact of this deal, but you never get the truth from the Scottish Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, no, I'm going to make progress because I'm aware that other colleagues wish to speak.
Well done, Ian.
Mr. Speaker, it didn't have to be like this. If the Prime Minister had any interest in the people of Scotland, he would have engaged with our Scottish Government. From the very beginning, the Scottish Government sought to compromise. We did this by offering up Scotland's place in Europe, a compromise position for all of the United Kingdom and for Scotland to remain in the single market and the customs union. And you know, I have to tell you that we had no engagement with the UK Government over these papers. But I can say this to you, when I went to see Michel Barnier, he'd read every page of that document. That's the difference between the attitude of our friends and colleagues in Europe and the disdain that our Scottish Government gets from Westminster. Our plan was dismissed out of hand and then followed by years of the UK Government ignoring Scotland, ignoring our Parliament. Mr. Speaker, with Northern Ireland getting access to the single market and the customs union, it is clear that the Prime Minister is willing to put trust in the people of Northern Ireland to manage its relationship. So it's inexplicable that he won't trust the people of Scotland, who also voted overwhelmingly to remain in the European Union.
Absolutely.
This offer gives Northern Ireland a competitive advantage over Scotland. And whilst we respect and understand the unique circumstances of Northern Ireland, I want to be clear. Everyone in the SNP wants to see the continuation of peace and stability. But the proposal in this deal is, in effect, being kept in the single market and the customs union as a consequence. That was our compromise position, and the UK government completely ignored us, ignored Scotland. The Prime Minister has shown the people of Scotland total contempt. A Prime Minister who has no mandate from Scotland, yet he seeks to impose his Brexit against our democratically expressed will, silences the wishes of our people and weakening our economy. This Prime Minister and his Brexit fan club in number 10 don't care about Scotland. They're obsessed with only one thing: winning and delivering their Brexit fantasy at any cost. Mr. Speaker, the dishonesty and lies of the... Well, you know, I hear the ministers shouting from the front bench. Not true. Where was the engagement with the Scottish Government of our place in Europe? It simply didn't happen. It was absolutely, completely true. He can shake his head because he doesn't like the reality. Mr. Speaker, the dishonesty and the lies of Vote Leave brought the country to vote for Brexit in the first place. And this should be something...
Resume your seat. As far as I'm aware, the right honourable gentleman is not currently giving way. And so the order! And so the Chancellor actually shouldn't stand there portentously as though he has an absolute right to intervene. It might be courteous to allow him to do so, but such an allowance has not yet been made. Mr. Ian Blackford.
I'm afraid today, Mr. Speaker, this House will be listening to our voices, and perhaps the right honourable gentleman might catch your eye later on. Mr. Speaker, the dishonesty and lies of Vote Leave brought this country to vote for Brexit in the first place. And this would be something that the Prime Minister and many in his cabinet should be ashamed of. They have torn their country, their parliament, their own party apart. Mr. Speaker, this is the beginning of the end of their precious union and their distorted Etonian vision for society. Scotland will not be ignored anymore. The deal must be stopped and binned today. Whether this deal passes today or not, the government needs an extension. This deal is devastating for Scotland. We will not vote for it, and we call for the extension period to be used for an election, so that we can get rid of this rotten Tory government out of Downing Street. The Scottish National Party are here to do our job, to stand stronger for Scotland. Those across this House who ever want to lay claim to representing the voices and the interests of the people of Scotland, you cannot support this deal. You cannot inflict economic and social harm on our society. Myth after myth from the Prime Minister and his cronies, but the facts are clear. The European Union accounts for 56% of the UK's exports and 65% of imports, either through the EU directly or through other countries where the EU has trade arrangements with. The direct value of EU trade is over triple the value of US trade. The Brexit Secretary even said that the EU was the UK's most important partner. 100,000 jobs in Scotland at risk. Our fishermen, farmer and crofters, all disadvantaged by this deal. As the Scottish Seafood Association put it, this could switch the lights out for a small exporter. 5 separate certificates all have to be done on October 31st. For a small exporter, that is possibly trying to sell 30 kilos of top quality langoustines to a restaurant in Paris, switched the lights off, the restaurant owner is going to go and buy his lovely langoustines somewhere else. Not my words, that's from the Scottish Seafood Association. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that people in Scotland can see the government front bench are laughing. People's livelihoods are at risk, and the government front bench thinks it's funny. You should be utterly ashamed of yourselves. Mr. Speaker, the Scottish National Party will not stand by and let this government rip our economy and our country's future apart. We are Europeans, and Scotland is a European nation. Members across this House should unite with the SNP and bring this government down. A general election is the best way now to stop this Prime Minister and stop this dangerous Brexit. Mr. Speaker, let me say this. Anyone, any single member here this afternoon who backs the Tory Prime Minister and his cheating Vote Leave campaign by shafting Scotland will never, not ever be forgiven by the people of Scotland.
Found in the courts.
Overnight, we've seen the reports, the rumours and the whispers. Mr. Speaker, is the Labour Party really going to allow their members of Parliament to vote for this catastrophic Brexit deal? Let me remind the Labour Party what the TUC said. This deal would be a disaster for working people. It would hammer the economy, cost jobs and sell workers' rights down the river. The Prime Minister has negotiated even a worse deal than Theresa May. All MPs should vote against it. That's the words of the TUC. So let me ask, why has the Leader of the Opposition not yet guaranteed that all Labour MPs will vote with the Scottish National Party this afternoon against this deal? A deal that would be devastating for Scotland, ripping us out of the EU against our will, terminating our freedom of movement rights, threatening jobs, living standards, our public services and the economy. Is the Leader of the Labour Party really willing to allow any members of his party to write a blank cheque for this Tory Prime Minister to deliver Brexit? Not a single member of the Labour Party should be voting for a deal that delivers a race to the bottom on workers' rights, on environmental standards, and paves the way for dismantling our precious NHS. It would be absolutely staggering that with a no-deal threat on the table, any Labour MP could even think about voting for this toxic deal. Mr. Speaker, Labour must not be the handmaidens of a Tory Brexit, which we know will cost thousands of jobs and harm people's livelihoods. So I appeal to every member of
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. I wondered if he got a section of his speech from John Lansman. So could I ask the right honourable gentleman, does he agree with me that when it comes to workers' rights, the EU isn't God? The fact is, local authorities up and down the UK have to outsource contracts to the European Union at the detriment of workers in their local communities. We have seen a rise in zero-hour contracts and poor conditions, partly because of that outsourcing. Does he agree with me?
I thank the right honourable lady. We were colleagues together in committee. I'm fond of her, as she knows.
To the right honourable gentleman to face the House so we can all hear. Mr Ian Blackford.
Simply say to my right honourable friend that I would trust the European Union with workers' rights before I would trust the opposition. Must stop the excuses and finally act by backing the SNP tonight to reject this damaging deal, secure an extension and call an election so we can bring this Tory government down and stop Brexit. But Mr. Speaker, meanwhile, Scottish Tory MPs are prepared to vote for a deal that they previously pledged that they would not back. Simple irresponsibility and moral cowardice.
Hear, hear.
I say to the Scottish Tories, you are serving the death knell on the Union by voting for this deal. Independence is coming, and we will take our place as a proud European nation. What a shift in time, Mr. Speaker, from what Ruth Davidson said in 2014. No means we stay in. We are members of the European
Union. In the UK on BBC Two, coverage continues on BBC One and the BBC News channel.
More than ever, you can never, not ever trust a Tory. We already know that despite the promise after promise,
we wish to expedite the debate, and the right honourable gentleman must be heard as I think he's approaching his peroration. Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps if they settle down...
We're watching special coverage here of the Brexit debate. We're watching Ian Blackford at the moment of the SNP. We've heard Keir Starmer, the shadow Brexit secretary, saying that this is a turning point in our history, bigger than any vote today potentially, because in his view this deal could lead to be a trapdoor to a no deal because of the lack of the backstop if there is no trade agreement by December 2020, that is. But of course we've heard many people speaking in favour of the deal. Boris Johnson saying it is now time to back this deal and just draw a line under what's going on. We're also seeing here in central London huge numbers of people protesting on the streets, calling now for a second referendum, and a vote might come on that today or in the next few days. Whether we're going to get a final vote on Boris Johnson's deal today is still not clear, but coverage continues on BBC One.
Welcome to Westminster for this BBC News special as the House of Commons sits on a Saturday in emergency session to debate the Prime Minister's new Brexit deal. Well, Boris Johnson went to Parliament to tell MPs that a further delay would be corrosive and that it was time to get Brexit done. But Labour said it could not support a deal which would damage the UK.
And now is the time for this great House of Commons to come together and bring the country together today.
Today's session will last for several hours, at the end of which MPs will decide whether the Prime Minister's deal needs greater scrutiny before it is formally approved.
He has renegotiated the withdrawal agreement and made it even worse. He's renegotiated the political declaration and made that even worse.
It's the first time in 37 years that the Commons is sitting on a Saturday. The result of the main vote on Brexit is on a knife edge, and there's still the possibility that Brexit could be delayed. And as the parliamentary debate goes on, there are thousands of protesters making their way to Westminster, campaigning for a second referendum on the outcome of the Brexit process. We'll bring you the latest from the Palace of Westminster and reaction from around the UK and the rest of the European Union, so stay with us. Yes, welcome to viewers around the UK and indeed around the globe on BBC World for this BBC News special as we follow this historic debate at Westminster where MPs are sitting on a Saturday for the first time since the Falklands conflict back in 1982 to debate the Brexit agreement that Boris Johnson brought back from Brussels earlier this week. All eyes are on the Palace of Westminster, home of the two chambers of the United Kingdom Parliament, where once again the Brexit process, which started over 3 years ago, is proving to be difficult to predict. And even today we could be in a position where MPs do not give a formal yes or no to Boris Johnson's deal. And as we can see, thousands of people congregating around Westminster to make their case for a second referendum. We may hear that debate reflected in the Commons chamber in a short while as well. So let's take a closer look
at what is going on in Parliament this afternoon. To give you a little bit of a guide, MPs are expected to be voting on the Brexit agreement that the Prime Minister secured with the EU earlier this week. The parliamentary numbers, we know, are extremely tight for the Prime Minister. It's by no means clear that he'll secure the votes needed to pass the motion. In this new deal, the whole of the UK would leave the EU customs union, and this means the UK would be able to strike trade deals with other countries in future. There would be a legal customs border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, but in practice, that border would be between Britain and the island of Ireland, with goods being checked at points of entry in Northern Ireland. Let's go straight to the House of Commons. Theresa May, the former Prime Minister, speaking for the first time in public on this debate.
I thought that perhaps consensus had come across the whole of the House and that it had already been decided that this deal would be supported by the House tonight. Unfortunately, my view on that was premature, and I think only premature. But happily for England, of course, it was a reference to Johnny May having scored the first 2 tries in our victory against Australia. I hope the whole House will forgive me if I say that standing here I have a distinct sense of déjà vu.
I know how you feel.
I didn't But today's vote is an important... Well, I intend to rebel against all of those who don't want to vote to deliver Brexit. Mr. Speaker, today's vote is important. The eyes of the country, no, actually the eyes of the wider world are upon us today. And every member in this House has a responsibility in the decision that they will take to determine on whether or not they are going to put the national interest first, and not just an ideological or a single issue or a party political interest, but the full wider interests of our constituents. And as we look at this issue, it is something, the decision we take tonight will determine not just the future of our country and the future lives of our constituents, but I believe the very future of our politics. Because we have today to take a key decision, and it's simple. Do we want to deliver Brexit? Do we want to deliver on the result of the referendum in 2016? Well, we know the views of the Scottish Nationalist Party. They reject results of referendum. They had a referendum to stay in the UK. When this House voted overwhelmingly to give the choice of our membership of the EU to the British people, did we really mean it? When we voted to trigger Article 50, did we really mean it? When the 2 main parties represented in this House stood on manifestos in the 2017 general election to deliver Brexit, did we really mean it? I think there can only be one answer to that, and that is yes, we did mean it. Yes, we keep faith with the British people. Yes, we want to deliver Brexit. Absolutely. Because if the Honourable Lady would just wait for a minute, because if this Parliament did not mean it, then it is guilty of the most egregious con trick on the British people. There have been many views across this House. I want to say simply to some of the groups involved. There are those, some of whom believe passionately and have believed for some time, others who've come to this more lately, that there should be a second referendum. I say simply this: you cannot have a second referendum simply because some people don't agree with the result of the first. And I don't like. No, there are many people who want to speak, so I'm going to carry on. I've taken many interventions and questions across this over time. I don't like referenda, but I think that if you have one, you should abide by the result that people have given you. Then there is the Labour Party front bench. And I've heard much from the Labour Party front bench over the last 3 years about the importance of protecting jobs, of protecting manufacturing, of protecting people's livelihoods. If they really meant that, they would have voted for the deal earlier in this. And now is their chance to show whether they really care about people by voting for this deal tonight in this afternoon, I hope, Mr. Speaker, in this House of Commons. And then I say to all of those across this House who say they do not want no deal, I've said it before, I've said it many times, I hope this is the last time I have to say it. If you don't want no deal, you have to vote for a deal. Yeah. Businesses are crying out for certainty. People want certainty in their lives. Investors want to be able to invest and want the uncertainty to be got rid of. They want to know that this country is moving forward. If you want to deliver a Brexit, if you want to keep faith with the British people, if you want this country to move forward, then vote for the deal today.
Yeah! Thank you.
Well, there was a lot of interest, understandably, in that contribution by the former Prime Minister Theresa May, the first time she's spoken in the Commons since she left office a few months ago, and making it quite clear there that, in her view, the result of that referendum back in 2016, although it's 3.5 years ago, must be respected, and that's her line. There was a hint of I suppose, irony there, that Mrs May was reflecting on the fact that clearly this deal is not that different to the deal that she presented to the House several times, and which, of course, the House turned down comprehensively. Laura Kunsberg, our political editor, is with me. Well, that was an interesting intervention, Laura, and basically Boris Johnson looking up in some admiration and, I suppose, gratitude at Mrs May for the contribution she made.
He certainly did, actually. Almost seemed as if he was turning to her and saying thanks for that, because that's exactly the case that he has been making to MPs since he moved into number 10, is that the public was given a choice. They chose to vote to leave the European Union, and therefore he thinks basically MPs don't have any excuse but to vote for the deal that he got with the European Union. But he knows full well, opposite the benches in front of him, even some behind him, have still got grave doubts about it. And the vote today is likely to be extremely, extremely close. I don't want to joke around and say it might be 48-52, 52-48 percentage-wise, but it really is that narrow. And of course, that will only happen after they vote on whether or not to delay, even before they get to the final big thumbs up or thumbs down.
So just to help viewers on that, because clearly the choreography is very important here. Yes. Before we get to any debate on the actual deal, there will be a vote before that on an amendment by Sir Oliver Letwin, which in effect has the purpose of, I suppose, delaying the process a little more so that MPs can have more time to scrutinise.
That's right. And it essentially, according to number 10, makes what should be a meaningful vote that would legally say, yes, we accept this deal, yes, we're leaving at Halloween, into a meaningless vote. Now, what the actual proposal is to say to the government, well, we might quite like your deal, but we're not going to give it legal force until all of the laws that actually would bring it into force have also passed through the House of Commons. Now, that's a process that would probably take 10 days or so, and it's basically setting a much higher bar for the government, because it's one thing for Boris Johnson to get MPs over the line to say, yeah, your deal's fine, let's push ahead. It's another thing to get them to say, yes, your deal is fine, let's push ahead, but we also agree with every single tiny detail of all the new laws that have to be brought in actually to give effect to our departure from the European Union. So MPs, if you like, they've moved the goalposts.
Let's be clear, what if they vote for the Letwin Amendment? What then happens to the main motion that Mr Johnson wants passed?
Well, if MPs vote to delay this insurance policy that Oliver Letwin wants to put forward, the government cannot cancel the vote later on. They can't pull the motion, as it's known. That will happen. But what Downing Street sources have told me this morning is what they plan to do in that case is basically to say to their MPs, go home. This is a farce. There's no point continuing, because what Parliament has shown this morning is that all they're interested in is having another delay, moving the goalposts, making it even harder. So that first result on that Letwin amendment will have a huge impact on the rest of the course of the day. If that happens, the government's plan is then to bring that bill, all of the legislation that has to go through to make this happen, to Parliament on Monday, and to make what was going to be Super Saturday into a decisive vote on Tuesday. Try again Tuesday, Torture Tuesday, whatever you want to call it. But this really, really does hang on this first vote. if that is clearly enough explained. I don't know, we're doing our best, aren't we?
It's clear, Laura, thank you. And I'm just wondering, how realistic is it then to bring that huge block of stuff forward in a few days?
Well, here's the thing. Laws going through Parliament have got lots of different stages. The vote on Tuesday would be on what's called the second reading, and that is before you'd be into all the really, really complicated guts of it. So at that point, the government does believe they could get a legally binding, well, not quite binding, but more broad brush, a legally binding decision from the House of Commons to say, yes, this is going to happen. Because, of course, as a lot of our viewers will know, the risk is once laws start going through Parliament, MPs can then helpfully put down their own suggestions and have votes on all sorts of things, and it makes it very, very hard to wrangle and hard to predict, as this whole process has been.
I'm going to let you go in a second because I know you're to say the least, busy today. When can we expect some kind of vote to come forward? What's your sense of the timings here?
Round about 2:30, so in about an hour's time, but it could run a bit longer, and there is no official cut-off date, so you know we'll be here for as long as we need to be here. The thing to look out for, though, is Michael Gove, who is the Prime Minister's sort of effective deputy. He will be the one who's winding up for the government, probably winding another lot of people up too, but he'll be the one closing the debate for the government. So as soon as we see Michael Gove on his feet at the dispatch box, then we're into the sort of finale before the vote starts.
Good to talk to you, Laura, again. Thanks very much. We'll see you later on. Laura Kuenssberg, our political editor. You can see behind me plenty of protesters because this has been a familiar feature, of course, at Westminster over recent months. Not just those people who are in favour of another referendum, which is the purpose of today's big march and big demonstration, but also, of course, those people who are very angry about the fact that Brexit still hasn't been delivered. So we've heard those voices over the previous months, and they are represented here at Westminster again today, though this big march we're looking at is all to do with what they call a people's vote. It is all to do with calling a second referendum on whatever the deal is passed or not today. So, you know, that's a different kind of proposition that people are marching on today, and we'll talk about that a little more later on. I mentioned at the start of the programme here that, of course, we are broadcasting around the UK, but also throughout the world on BBC World, and lots of eyes in Brussels on what is happening today in the House of Commons, given the summit we were attending just a few days ago, and I was there with my colleague Katja Adler discussing the outcome of that summit, and Katja joins us now. So, Katja, we are still not certain what's going to be happening at the end of this debate. We're still not certain whether Boris Johnson will get the vote he needs. And we were discussing earlier this week about the readiness, or lack of it, among European leaders to allow this process to drag on even more. And your suggestion then was that they would not shut the door. Is that still your view today?
Yes, it is my view, Hugh. I think that it's not just, you said all eyes are on Brussels or on Parliament today. All eyes across the European Union, whichever radio station I was tuning into this morning, everybody, Germany, France, the Netherlands, everybody is looking at Parliament today to see what happens. 3 years of Brexit process, and the EU is fatigued. They want now, as they tried at the time with Theresa May, to encourage MPs to focus their minds on the Brexit deal in front of them. They say it's the end of the negotiating line for them in the EU. That's what they say, and therefore they've been very coy about the idea of granting another Brexit extension in order to keep that pressure on Parliament. But, Hugh, it is very difficult to see the same EU that's now made 2 Brexit deals with 2 different UK Prime Ministers suddenly turning around and saying, you know what, we've had enough, we're going to close the door in the UK's face. And why? Well, mainly out of self-interest. EU leaders have always tried to avoid a no-deal Brexit. If they refuse an extension and there is no deal, that is what they would be walking themselves and their economies into, and they're extremely unlikely to do that. But for now, they are watching the vote and worrying about the future, because may I just point out here that this leaving process was supposed to be the easy bit, because then comes the whole idea of trade negotiations if this deal is passed, and they will be complex and they could take a very long time.
Katja, I'm going to pause there a second. I'll come back to you in a short while, because I want to go into the Commons, where the father of the House, the senior Conservative Ken Clarke, is speaking, the former Chancellor. Let's listen to him.
Down the Irish Sea, because there's absolutely no doubt there's quite a clear customs and regulatory border being envisaged down the Irish Sea. It has to be said that the effect is to save the all-Irish economy from the near calamity that a total no deal would have resulted in. I have no idea how anybody would have operated a no-deal situation across the border, and I thought these weird propositions of a customs border somewhere in Northern Ireland but not on the border had little or no chance of working. But although the Irish at least have the economic consolation that they will sail on through the transition period as they are now, I'm extremely worried that the purpose of going to negotiate this convoluted arrangement over Ireland was so that the economy of Britain could be taken out of the customs union and the single market straight away. And if that holds after the transition period, I think that will have the most damaging effects on our economic future for all the reasons that other people have given in the earlier and lengthy speeches we've had. Now, therefore, it's all to be played for in this transition period. I actually do not believe that a good free trade agreement, a good agreement on security, fighting international crime, agreements on the licensing of medicines, the possible arrangements with the European Medicines Agency, all the things spelt out, are likely to be achieved by the end of next year. The Canada deal, which a lot of Brexiteers like to hold up as a model, took about 9 years before that was put in place. So I do wish that we prepare to contemplate a more realistic timescale. But meanwhile, I think the votes today and the process of the next week or two have got to get us through the necessary process to put in place a withdrawal agreement so we have a transition period in which we can have the full negotiations about the ultimate destination. And all my votes in this House personally have been to ensure the calamity of leaving with no deal on the 31st of October or whenever was never allowed to happen. For that reason, I think we should support this deal. I cannot understand the government's resistance to saying that, of course, we should legislate before we abandon the protection of the Benn Act and decide we don't need an extension. The government says, oh, you can take that for granted, the detail, getting the votes. We all know that none of us are sure whether there's a majority for this government at all, for the present deal today. If they can keep it through the whole of the legislation, I shall be very reassured. I'd like to wait to see that they can.
More grateful than ever before to the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman. The 5-minute limit still applies.
The former Chancellor, the former Home Secretary, the father of the House, the most senior member of the House of Commons, Kenneth Clarke, who's been a Member of Parliament since 1970, always listened to with great respect, but of course someone who has massive reservations about the Brexit process itself, making his case. Let's just show you what's going on outside the Palace of Westminster, because there's the scene for you. Congregating around Parliament Square. We can just see the corner of Whitehall there, and the Treasury and the Foreign Office on the other corner of Parliament Square. And you just see the Palace of Westminster in the foreground with all the scaffolding, because, of course, there's a big renovation programme which is getting underway at the Palace of Westminster, which is to cost between £3 and £6 billion and will take a decade or more to achieve. But looking on this vast crowd, and you can see lots of EU flags, because this crowd is all about demanding a second referendum on whatever the deal is that comes out of Parliament. And today's debate, of course, is all about the shape of the deal that was negotiated in Brussels just a few days ago. So back to Brussels and Katja Adler, who is our Europe editor. Just another thought, Katja, from you on what happens in terms of the European leaders themselves. If there is no outcome to this parliamentary process today, what do they have up their sleeves in terms of contingency?
It's not about contingency, because don't forget that, this deadline that Boris Johnson set for achieving a Brexit deal, the deadline that also appears now in the Benn Act, which says if no deal is made with the EU and then agreed on, he should ask for another Brexit extension. That deadline is not an EU deadline, it is a UK deadline. Under EU law, the current Brexit deadline, where the UK would leave the EU automatically under EU law, is the end of this month. So at the moment, the EU finds itself again in the position of watching and waiting to see what happens in the UK. What they still have to do on this side is to give the go-ahead to the European Parliament to say yes to this new Brexit deal. It has a veto, along with our Parliament as well, but it's not thought or expected to make any trouble, if you like, because the European Commission, the building which you see behind me, where all those negotiations took place, has been very careful to keep Parliament in the loop and updated all the time. And now that every single one of the 27 EU leaders have said, yes, we're happy with this Brexit deal, it certainly respects all of our red lines. The European Parliament is unexpected to make any trouble. And therefore, the EU waits to see what Parliament decides. Will this deal be given the go-ahead? The EU would like it to, if Brexit is going to take place, so they can just move on now with the next process, move on with a transition period, a standstill period after Brexit takes place, when negotiations start about a new trade deal between the EU and the UK, a new security relationship with the EU and the UK, and the pressure is tight because the current transition only lasts for 14 months. If you think how long this Brexit process, the leaving process, has taken us, and it's not over yet, is it realistic that the trade deal can be done in 14 months? That is the next big worry for the European Union.
Katja, many thanks once again. Katja Adler there for us in Brussels. I want to jump into the Commons straight away for Sammy Wilson of the DUP. Let's listen.
Says that any controversial issue has to be decided by a cross-community vote. That part of the Belfast Agreement, which is so sacrosanct in this House and to those who negotiate it, has now been torn out of the Belfast Agreement and will give way.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman, and he's making his own powerful argument, which we have heard. Could I ask him, in the limited time available, that he turns his attention and addresses the amendment made by my right honourable friend for Dorset West? Because if he's concerned about a hard border, Mr. Speaker, he must recognise that the door may be opening, if that passes today, for a hard border and no-deal Brexit to emerge.
Well, first of all, the hard border is there. And, I've made the argument. And I defy anybody to tell me that if you've got to fill in a customs declaration, you've got to have lorries and vans searched at the ports coming into to Northern Ireland, you've got to pay taxes on goods which come from GB, that's not a hard border already. And we will. And let me come to this issue of consent, because it's important. Because the Minister dismisses unionist fears by saying you can vote your way out of it. Well, of course, the mechanism for voting our way out of it is laid down by an international treaty. Why is that not going to be adhered to? Because the government and the EU and the Irish government knows that would be an effective way of Northern Ireland doing the very thing that the Minister has said we'll be able to do. Remove that, and you remove the ability of Northern Ireland to take itself out of this arrangement. And of course, we only get the chance after 4 years. We're put into it without any consent at all.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would my honourable friend agree with me?
Sammy Wilson of the Democratic Unionist Party, the bloc of MPs who have been actually in parliamentary alliance with the Conservatives in recent years, but clearly very, very opposed, as they have made clear repeatedly, very opposed to this deal going ahead. And Sammy Wilson there making a forceful point in his usual style about his sense of what a hard border is and why this deal, in his view, this Boris Johnson deal, is far worse than Theresa May's deal, and they weren't keen on that. So they're in a worse position today than they were then, in their view. Let's go over to the Palace of Westminster, because Vicky Young is there in the central lobby with one of the guests, one senior Conservative, I think. Vicky, yes?
Yeah, that's right. Now, everyone here, as you can imagine, running round, trying to do the maths, trying to work out whether Oliver Letwin's amendment might get through, which could effectively scupper the chance of a meaningful vote happening later today. There are lots of angry Conservatives here. Some of them feel that those who went to court to secure a meaningful vote are now trying to stop it. Of course, the other side of the argument is that there are many who do not trust the government. They don't trust some in the Tory party. They are worried that if the deal is voted through today, you then get to the legislation which has to get through in the next couple of weeks. That could well be voted down, and then we leave without a deal, which is what many are trying to stop. Let's speak now to Nigel Evans, senior Conservative MP. You are in the opposite camp to Sammy Wilson on this from the DUP, who we've just been hearing from, because you think this is a better deal, do you, than Theresa May's?
Yeah, it gets rid of the backstop for a start, and then we're out of the customs union, single market, not being justiciable by the courts. We'll be controlling our own immigration. You're right, though. Listen, I've been in the chamber for most of this morning and this afternoon, and I'm amazed we can see one another for all the smoke screens that are being utilised in order for people to justify why, when they've said they couldn't possibly support a no-deal exit, now all of a sudden they don't want this deal either. And Theresa May made a very powerful intervention, the first time she's spoken in a speech, I think, since she quit being Prime Minister. And she said, basically, the eyes of the world are upon us. Our voters are looking at us, and they're saying, you promised us this referendum. You promised us in the general election you would fulfill it. And can we trust you? And I think that's what this is going to be about today at the end of it, is can the voters actually trust us to deliver what we want? And you've mentioned Oliver Letwin's amendment.
I'm just going to quickly, because people might not be following this closely. Oliver Letwin's amendment says this House has considered the matter of the deal and withholds its approval until any legislation gets through. What is wrong with that?
Because basically it would mean that they could carry on talking for the next 6 months on the aspects of any legislation that needs to be there. I got elected in 1992, and one of the first bits of legislation that I did was the Maastricht Treaty. We sat through the night in order to get that legislation through. I'm not saying it was the cleverest thing as far as working hours and all that sort of stuff is concerned, but we knew that there was urgency because we needed to get that legislation through. We can do exactly the same here. We're sitting here on a Saturday. I've been an MP for 28 years. I've never sat on a Saturday before, ever. This is the first time since 1982. So let's sit on Saturdays. Let's sit on Sundays. Let's meet at 8 a.m. Let's not finish till 10 p.m. We can get that legislation through.
Their argument is that once the deal has been approved, if it were to be today, that means that then the Ben Act, which says that the Prime Minister has to ask for a delay, that doesn't happen. We then move next week to start debating the legislation. What if that legislation is voted down by maybe some of your colleagues who really secretly don't like the deal? Then we would leave without a deal at the end of October.
Yeah, we haven't got the numbers for that, because what you will find then is that the Labour Party and the vast majority of Conservatives would actually vote for the deal. Also, I went to the Brexit supporting Tory ERG group meeting this morning at 8:30. And it was announced there by Steve Baker and Mark Francois, and Mark Francois himself has said it in the chamber, that we will support, therefore, all the legislation that follows from that. So they've given a commitment.
That's the problem. There's no trust in this place anymore.
The ERG would be well outvoted if they tried any shenanigans like that. Now, the only shenanigans that are being tried in the chamber is to try and prevent or delay Brexit from happening. And I think after having debated this for 3.5 years, after having extension after extension, the last thing that anybody in this country now wants is another extension until the 31st of January, when we could then get another extension. They just want to carry on talking. The last thing that people like Dominic Grieve and a few of the others there in Parliament want is for us to come to a decision. Today, they've got that opportunity.
What do you think might happen? I mean, the numbers look incredibly close, don't they? I mean, I think privately, Downing Street might have thought they had the numbers for getting approval for the deal. But of course, this Oliver Letwin amendment could change everything.
Yeah, it's way tight. I've been receiving messages today from Singapore through to the United States of America. The eyes of the world really are on us today. And people have been asking me, what's going to happen? I really do not know. I know the whips are talking to a lot of MPs. They will have the figures, I'm absolutely certain. The thing is all going to come down in the end to how many Labour MPs representing Leave constituencies who are now looking at this deal and thinking, I'm being scrutinised by my voters. I will have to justify to them why I have failed to vote for this deal, this Brexit deal that's on offer. And so the speculation that there may be 15 of them that are prepared to come over, if that's the case, it's going to be incredibly tight, but the government just might get it over the post today if that's true.
Okay, Nigel Evans, thank you very much indeed. So that really is the speculation, of course, that everyone is indulging in here. I think the one thing we can say for sure is it will be closer than any of the other votes that we've had on a withdrawal deal.
Vicky, thanks very much, and thanks to Nigel Evans as well there for views on what might happen. What I'd like to do now outside here is to introduce my panel for the next hour or so. Very kindly joining us, Anand Menon from the UK in Changing Europe. We have Dawn Foster from The Guardian, and we have Katie Bowles, who's Deputy Political Editor of The Spectator. Been waiting very patiently to talk to us. Thank you for joining us today. All three of you, seasoned observers, all three of you have been following every twist and turn of this. And I'm going to start in the middle with Anand on this debate, okay? Today, lots of people consider it to be, something that is rather difficult to follow in terms of not just the parliamentary procedure, but precisely what Boris Johnson has brought back, which Theresa May did or didn't do. How much difference is there? What are we talking about in terms of this deal that is so different to the one that MPs rejected in massive numbers just a few months ago? What's your answer to that?
I think there are real differences between the two. The most obvious and perhaps most politically important is that the backstop has gone. Now, critics will argue it's been replaced by a front stop, which means that actually what the deal does is puts Northern Ireland in a different situation vis-à-vis the EU to the rest of the United Kingdom. The reason why Boris Johnson has secured the support of the ERG in a way that Mrs May never managed to,
the very fervent
the European
Brexiteers,
Research Group of Conservative MPs, is that the reason he shelved the backstop is because he can promise a far looser relationship with the European Union going forward than Mrs May was offering. And I think that's why that half of the party is reconciled to what he's trying to do. There's always a flip side with Brexit, and the flip side is that those who prefer a softer sort of Brexit don't like what they're seeing. We heard Ken Clarke a minute ago saying this is a bad deal. He's concerned about the economic implications of a looser relationship with the EU.
And Katie, we heard there from the DUP again, we've heard from lots of them today, who are clearly very unhappy with the shape of this deal. They feel they've been let down, and they feel indeed that this is a much worse position to be in than the deal that Mrs May delivered. What are you hearing from them, and what do you think the likely impact of that is going to be on today's events?
Yeah, well, the DUP weren't happy with either offer, Theresa May's or Boris Johnson's. I think particularly with Boris Johnson, there's a lot of anger in the DUP because they feel as though he made promises to them, some at their own annual party conference, on various visits to them, when he was trying to be the Prime Minister, the next Tory leader, and they think he has rode back on them. Now, there are some cabinet ministers I've spoken today who still think perhaps we can get the DUP back on side. I think anyone who's been watching what the DUP MPs have been saying in the Parliament today thinks that's probably very unlikely. And it does make it hard to pass the deal because for every DUP MP you don't have, you need another Labour MP.
We're going to pause for a second, and Dawn, I'll come back to you as well, because I want to go into the Commons. Dominic Grieve, the former Attorney General, on his feet. Let's listen to this.
I remain of the view that if one looks at its detail in terms of the likely negotiating process that will have to take place next year, I am left in very serious doubt that it will in fact be possible to achieve a free trade agreement, and that therefore this House will be confronted in 12 months' time with very similar challenges to the ones that we face at present, and with deep economic consequences if we can't find a way through them. So I'm afraid I am not enthusiastic about the deal. I was listening to my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, who's been very consistent in her view on the issue of Brexit. Namely, that for us as a House, or MPs, to both offer a referendum and then try to thwart it by our own actions or reject it is a con trick. And I don't disagree with her about that, although we have this disagreement, and yet I don't believe that it is in any way a con trick when one finds oneself ending up with something so utterly different from what was being offered. I don't see anything wrong in going back and asking the electorate whether that is what they really want. And I remain of the view that that possibility exists, and if it were to be a majority view of the House that it should be done, I would support it and seek to have that carried out, because I think the consequences are so momentous. But I'd also like to make clear to the Prime Minister that if that were to fail, I would not seek to oppose leaving on these terms. I want to make that quite clear. We've got to resolve this. But that then brings me to the amendment of my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset. It is frankly extraordinary that a government that says it wants to follow a sensible process then seeks to railroad that process in a way that makes it likely that proper debate will not take place. And to that I profoundly object, and for that reason I will support that amendment, and anybody in this House who wants an orderly form of Brexit should do so as well.
Mr. Hilary Benn. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be voting.
So that was Dominic Grieve, the former Attorney General, Conservative MP. And I'm going to stay in the House because Hilary Benn, the chairman of the Brexit Select Committee, now on his feet. Let's join him.
So far is this, that the deal the Prime Minister has brought back will give us less good access to our biggest, nearest and most important market than we enjoy today, and less good access to the deal negotiated by the former Prime Minister would have given, and I cannot understand why anyone should regard that as something to be celebrated, cheered or recommended. It is no wonder the government does not want to do an economic assessment, because it would show what the government's last economic assessment shows. And I thought it was very striking as my right honourable friend, in his typically forensic and eloquent way, told the House what it would mean in practice to watch the euphoria that was evident on the benches opposite earlier give way to cold realisation of what it will mean for the businesses and industries that we represent in our constituencies. And I simply ask the question, Mr. Speaker, why would we want to undermine our future economy, investment, opportunity and potential in this way? The second point I want to make is about consent. Because the Prime Minister was right in asking us how are we going to heal the rift that Brexit has created. If this deal is defeated today, it will be the fourth time in which the House has been unable to agree a way forward. And I am the first to admit that we cannot carry on like this. We need to find a way forward. And that is why a way of doing so has been offered in a very prescient intervention a year ago by my honourable friends, the members for Hove and Sedgefield, with their compromise proposal. And it is a compromise because there is in politics a division between those who advocate if we can't get a deal, we leave with no deal, and on the other hand, those who say, let's just cancel the result of the referendum, pretend it never happened. Now, I do not subscribe to either of those views. The compromise is to say there is a way in which we can get this done and achieve a decision, and that is by asking the British people. And at the heart of that question is this: do the British people have the right to change their minds? Yep. Now, I fear that some people who reject a referendum would cry, no, they don't. We had the one vote and that's it. I disagree with that view, because it is fundamental to our democracy that when the facts change, events change, or time passes, we should have the opportunity to change our minds if we wish. I do not know what the answer to that question is. The only people who know are the British people. And that is why I will vote for my honourable friend's amendment today, because I think we should ask the people what they now want.
The senior Labour MP, Hilary Benn, who is chairman of the Brexit Select Committee. Let's come back out of the Commons and join my panel once again. Just to pick up on where we were, just the point that you were making there, Katie, before I come to Dawn, about the role of the Democratic Unionist Party and the way that that has affected this process, given the New Deal. Just your thoughts on how that will impact on today's proceedings and the kind of calculations that the Conservative whips are now making, given that the DUP is clearly not on board.
Well, they need a significant number more of Labour MPs now to back this deal. And I think that there is a sense in government that they're quite happy with what's happened this morning with the European Research Group, the Eurosceptic Tory MPs, because it seems wholesale the majority of those that group have now come on, and that means that's good news for them. But if this is to have any chance of passing, they have to get more Labour MPs, and at the moment it seems we're in the 12-13 mark, and I think it does need to go up somewhat. Also looking at independent MPs.
So on that point, Dawn, what are you picking up in terms of what the Labour whips are kind of calculating. Nigel Evans, who is a Conservative, obviously, but will know lots of his parliamentary colleagues, suggesting there may be 15 Labour MPs who are prepared to back this deal. Katie, they're suggesting it may even need to be more than that if they're to get it through. What is your reading of the potential Labour rebellion on this?
I think most people were expecting more, so the Conservatives were briefing that they thought they could pick up 19 easily at some point. They were quite confident, but as Katie says, you know, the second that you lost those 10 DUP MPs, the Conservatives had to be really, really firm, bringing people on side. And Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell spent almost all of last night calling round Labour MPs who might be considering rebelling, trying to bring them back on side, and it looked as if the Labour rebellion is actually going to be a lot smaller than they expected.
Ah, that's interesting. So, I mean, again, it's difficult to foresee, I know, but do you think it could be considerably less than 12 then at the end of it, or not? Or do you think that there are 10 or more who are determined to vote for the deal?
I think 11 have come out firmly now and said that they will, so I still think that, you know, 12, 13 is probably the highest we're looking at.
And if that's the case, what does that mean, do you think, for the overall calculation?
The overall calculations, then, I think this could lose by a very, very small handful. We're looking at single figures. We could have a massive upset in the Commons when that happens, and I think the Letwin Amendment will then pass.
So, if that happens, let's say, and you know, if the Letwin Amendment that we've been describing, the one that calls for more scrutiny and in effect delays the process, if that passes, where are we in the process at that point?
Well, by 11 o'clock tonight, the Prime Minister is committed by law to write to Brussels and request an extension. I'm one of those people who thinks it's very unlikely that they will say no. It's conceivable they might come back with a different date, but I think even that's unlikely because they know that leaves them open to a parliamentary debate. And then, in a sense, we're almost back where we were under Theresa May. We have a deal on the table that Parliament hasn't voted for, an extension upcoming. I suspect Boris Johnson will try and bring his deal back to Parliament, partly because he thinks he might get it through, partly because the optics are good for him. If there's going to be a general election, he can say, look, I kept trying, get me a Parliament that will put it through.
We're in a bizarre position, Katie, aren't we, really, today, because we're all saying, look at this historic day in the Commons, the first time they're sitting on a Saturday for 37 years, because they are going to make the big decision on Brexit. That's the reason everyone is here. And what we're now saying is, actually, they might not.
Yeah, as often is the case when we say it's a crunch Brexit vote, it could be that it's not actually that much crunch. If the Letwin Amendment passes, there's some talk that Conservative MPs will be told to abstain on the next vote. So it won't actually give us any real bearing, I suppose, on whether or not Boris Johnson has a majority for his Brexit deal. Then that will be delayed till next week. And we are hearing that if this does happen, then perhaps Tuesday will be the next time we all gather here and say it's a really important vote. But there is some delay. But again, I think that Boris Johnson wants to pass the Brexit deal. He thinks that he can perhaps scrape a majority, and if he can't do it today, he will push for it this week coming, so it won't be over.
So, you're saying we might have our own version of Super Tuesday as opposed to the US version, yes? Coming up next week. Could we pause there for a second? Because we've had some really good thoughts from all of you, so stay with us. The time is... It's 2 o'clock here at Westminster, and welcome to viewers around the UK and indeed around the world on BBC World News. We are here for this BBC News special. We are following the events in the Houses of Parliament today. It is the first time in nearly 40 years that MPs have sat on a Saturday, and they are doing so to consider the deal that Boris Johnson struck with the European Union earlier this week in Brussels. A lot of debate about the quality of the deal that he's brought back. Lots of people saying that it's actually not as good as the deal that Theresa May struck earlier this year, which of course MPs rejected in record numbers. So that's part of the debate today. And then throwing into this the complication into the parliamentary process that there might be an amendment which forces Parliament in any case to tell the Prime Minister to extend a little further so that the legislation can be scrutinised in rather more detail. So this process today is not quite as straightforward as some people had foreseen, and I have to say, in this long Brexit saga, that shouldn't surprise anyone at all. Let's have a look outside the chamber, because we have thousands of people congregating on Westminster. There we have the great buildings in Whitehall, the Foreign Office and the Treasury just there on the right-hand side, and just behind it, the tiny street, Downing Street, which is backing onto Horse Guards Parade, that vast open expanse that we can see bottom right of frame there, where we have all the big state events, including Trooping the Colour, and then Whitehall there to the left, and this leading up towards, the cameras leading us up towards Trafalgar Square, Admiralty Arch there, which leads down to Buckingham Palace, and Nelson's Column there dominating Trafalgar Square. So this crowd of many thousands, having congregated on central London, they are demanding the right to have a second referendum on the outcome of the Brexit process. They want what they call a people's vote. So this is the picture right now, live in central London, as Parliament is in session on a Saturday and as thousands of people are congregating on Westminster itself. And I should say, of course, that you have people here who are very much in favour of Brexit, and you have people who are very much against it. Those views are reflected around this area today, as they have been for the last few months. What I'd like to do now is to move away from Westminster for a second and go to Bury in Greater Manchester, which did vote to leave in the 2016 referendum by just over 54%, so slightly more than the national figure. What do voters there make of what they are seeing in Parliament today? And our correspondent Andy Gill is there with some of them, so let's join Andy now.
Yes, as you say, Hugh, Bury, leave voting constituency. We've got Lauren here, who voted Remain but might now accept leave. Martin and Jane, who voted Remain but might have different views on what should happen now. And David here, who voted leave. David, if I can start with you. The MPs are still talking. Right. What would you like to see happen today?
Well, I'd like to see the UK leave the EU. The reason being that I'd like to see or hope that it would create more jobs and an improvement in manufacturing and industry within the UK. You know,
a lot of people think that leaving would do the opposite.
I don't think so personally, but that's only my view. But at the end of the day, I was hoping that there'd be a lot less unemployment and things, you know, would improve within the UK.
Would you like to see the Commons pass Mr Johnson's deal?
Well, I'm not familiar with exactly what his deal is, but I'd voted leave in the first place, and I haven't changed my opinion at all. I still want to leave.
OK. Jane, you voted Remain. What would you like to happen now?
I'm not sure what. I think they need to sort it out one way or another. I don't think this deal that Boris has put on the table is any better than what Theresa May put on the table. So I don't trust him anyway, so I don't see how he's going to get everything sorted out. I don't know, it's going to take a lot more time, but I just don't know how that's all going to
So not pass Mr Johnson's deal today, yet more time to... I mean, some people say, get it over with. We've been doing it for 3 years.
Yeah, get it over with, and then what? Then what? You know, when there's no staff in the hospitals, you know, there's no food in the supermarkets, you know, people... You can't just say, get it over with, and then deal with whatever happens after that.
OK. Martin, what do you think? What should happen today? Would you like to happen today?
I mean, it is an incredibly complex situation. I think, for me, I'd probably go with a bad deal being better than no deal. I would go for us getting out, because I think we have to, even though I vote to Remain, I think we have to honour the original deal, and democracy has to take precedence over everything else. And I think we can then move on. We can hold the government accountable for the mess that they've created and their failure over the last 3 years to sort it, head for an election and move on as a country from there.
But you'd like to see the Commons pass Mr Johnson's deal today?
Like's probably too strong a word, but I would accept that, and I think that's probably in the national interest.
OK. Lauren, you voted Remain, but might now accept leave?
Well, like Martin, yes, I think that it should be resolved one way or another. I ideally would like us to have a deal, but think that we should potentially be ready to leave without a deal because we have to uphold the original vote.
You're not worried about the warnings that some people, manufacturers, car makers, have put out about no deal?
Yeah, very concerned, but we obviously had the vote and I think we have to stand by it. I didn't particularly want to leave the EU, but I think obviously we have to honour the vote, and that's where we are. And personally, I think a deal would be better than no deal.
OK.
Yeah.
Yes, all right. Thank you all very much for your opinions. That's what some people here in Bury are thinking about today's vote.
Andy, thank you very much, and thanks to your guests there too in Bury. Back here at Westminster, my colleague Laura Kuensberg, the BBC's political editor, just putting out on social media that she's been told that number 10 is saying that the chances of no deal, a no deal Brexit, will increase, will go up, if the Letwin Amendment passes. This is the amendment we've been talking about, the one that basically enforces another delay because of the need for more scrutiny. I'm trying to summarise it. The government will step up no-deal preparations immediately, as the risks will have increased substantially. If Letwin defeated and the deal is approved, well, no-deal preparations will start being turned off immediately. So that's the message that Laura's getting from number 10. Let's talk to someone who knows this process in great detail, who served as Brexit Secretary, and that is the Conservative MP, David Davis. Thanks for joining us, David. Where are we today in your assessment with this debate? What is your sense of the temperature and the mood of the Commons as we approach a really important set of votes?
Well, to say the obvious, it's on a knife edge, of course. It's very, very fine. So calling the outcome is going to be pretty difficult. The vote will be at 5:30, I think. I think the balance of probabilities is that Letwin will not get through.
Right. Why do you think that?
Well, in essence, those who are voting for the Letwin proposal are really voting against Brexit. That's what it amounts to.
I mean, lots of them would say no to that.
Oh, of course they are, but you know, he's all the way through this process. He's argued for meaningful votes. Why? So the Commons can actually look at the deal and say yes or no. Well, now Mr. Letwin won't take yes for an answer. If he doesn't want no deal, this is a deal, and it's the best deal you're likely to get. And I say that as an ex-Brexit negotiator. This is the best deal Boris could have got. So I think number 10, unfortunately, are right to increase no-deal preparation if Letwin wins. But I think the balance probably is he won't win, and that we will just squeak through.